Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here today. It's a real pleasure to welcome you to the conference 18 in the digital media, literacy, participation, and critical engagement. My name is Paula Estalayo. I'm a project manager at Ediciones Octaedro and the coordinator of the MELISE project. To open this conference, I would like to start with a simple but important question. What does it mean today to exercise citizenship in a digitalized society? How we communicate, how we relate to others, how we access services, and how we participate takes place in a digital environment. This brings a promise, more access, more connection, more opportunities to have a voice, but it also comes with a condition. Not everyone reaches that space on equal terms. So when we talk about digital citizenship, we are not only talking about knowing how to use a device, we are talking about practices and skills that allow people to participate in digital environments in a safe, critical, and ethical way, from access and inclusion to privacy, security, well-being, and active participation. In other words, digital citizenship has become a contemporary form of belonging and of exercising rights, of being present in our shared world. For years, the European Union has promoted the digitalization of public services and e-government with goals such as transparency, accessibility, and participation. But technological deployment alone does not guarantee a participatory and inclusive democracy, a healthy public sphere, or critically engaged citizens. If modernization focuses mainly on efficiency and service delivery without a parallel culture of literacy, participation, and meaningful adoption, the result can be more connectivity, but not necessarily more capacity to act. And today, that capacity also depends on the quality of the information environment in which people make decisions. In this context, one major challenge becomes central: disinformation. The growing digitalization of everyday life has been accompanied by a proliferation of rumors, hoaxes, and misleading or manipulated content, what we often simplify as fake news. But this is not only an information problem. Across Europe and beyond, disinformation is increasingly described as a systematic challenge for democratic life, not a marginal issue. It fuels confusion and polarizations and erodes trust. Trust in the media, trust in democratic institutions, and in experts' knowledge, especially in areas like public health and security, complicating public decision-making. And its impact is not only abstract, it has real material effects in everyday life, from fear and stigmatization to concrete forms of abuse, including fraud and scams. To address this, it helps to move beyond the idea of fake news and speak instead of information disorder, a wider ecosystem that includes misinformation and disinformation and harmful content designed to mislead or manipulate. This matters even more today because digital platforms operate within an attention-driven model, content that triggers outrage, fear, or strong reactions can spread faster than careful information. And emerging technologies, including AI-generated content, add new layers of scale and sophistication to manipulation, making critical media literacy not optional but essential. And this is the key point for us today. These impacts are not evenly distributed. To understand this, an intersectional approach can be useful. As Kimberly Crenshaw argued when she coined the term intersectionality, some forms of inequality cannot be understood through a single lens. Different structures of disadvantage overlap and reinforce one another, such as gender, education, income, origin, disability, or territory. In other words, we do not all start from the same place. We are shaped by different social conditions, and that affects how we move through the world and the experiences we face. In this case, an intersectional perspective helps us see that people inhabit the digital world in different ways, depending on the combination of factors affecting their lives, such as origin, gender, disability, and so on. Age is one of these dimensions. It interacts with the other factors and influences what risks people face, what support they have, and what resources they can draw on to respond. So, if we want to talk about full digital citizenship, we also need to focus on those who are often less supported in the digital ecosystem. Different studies suggest that, on average, older adults may face more difficulties in identifying disinformation and can be more likely to share it, not because of a lack of interest or ability, but because of unequal conditions. Life trajectories in which technology was not central to work or social life, maybe less familiarity with platform formats and logics, and sometimes fear of making mistakes. At the same time, older adults are frequent target of cybercrime through practices such as phishing and identity impersonation, which exploit uncertainty and trust gaps. That is why media literacy in later life is not simply about learning to use the internet. It is about autonomy, security, critical capacity, and social connection, about not being left out of services and rights that today very often are mediated through a screen. In short, we are talking about social inclusion. This is precisely where MELISE positions itself, as a response to an under-addressed need. Media literacy initiatives have often concentrated on younger population, while older adults or seniors have remained outside many programs and resources. MELISE contributes to changing this by generating knowledge, offering training and tools, and promoting more inclusive and active digital citizenship. With this context, I would now to introduce the project, its approach, and what we have delivered so far. MELISE is a European project that supports older adults to navigate digital environments with more security, critical thinking, and participation, while also considering the emotional dimension of digital life. The project is funded under Creative Europe program. It runs 24 months and started on the 1st of April 2024. So now we are in the last stage of the project, and the project works around 4 connected aims. The first one, prevent disinformation by strengthening people's ability to identify reliable sources, recognize misleading content, and understand how information circulates on platforms. The second one, reduce vulnerability to scams by building basic cybersecurity knowledge fraud detection, phishing, impersonation, suspicious links, etc. The third one, promote digital communication and participation, reducing isolation and supporting engagement with communities, services, culture, and civic life. And the fourth one, an essential pillar, well-being. This information does not only confuse, it also affects us emotionally. So we promote a more ethical, more responsible and reflective relationship with digital media, including its effective impact. The partnership includes 9 organizations from 5 countries, Greece, Italy, Germany, Portugal, and Spain, combining complementary expertise. Open online learning, academic research from universities, journalism, data verification approaches, civil society outreach with older audiences, and creative and participatory methodologies. This mix is what allows media literacy to be both evidence-based and grounded in live realities. What have we done throughout the project? We began by building a shared knowledge base, what we know about media literacy and seniors in Europe, and what initiatives already exist to identify best practices and gaps. From there, we designed training for 2 groups, older and trainers and educators. All the adults, I meant, and trainers and educators. For seniors, we developed a SMOOC, a social massive open online course titled Networks and Realities, Media Literacy for Seniors. The course was gamificated design, and it covered different topics, as you can see on the slide, spotting disinformation, AI in everyday life, etc. Our second target group is trainers, professionals supporting older adults through libraries, senior universities, associations, and community services. Also university students, mostly from journalism. And we delivered an asynchronous online training on Moodle designed to multiply impact by strengthening the capacities of those who sustain learning process over time. And this course also addresses the different topics that are on the slide: digital landscape and media literacy challenges for seniors, developing media literacy skills, digital safety and ethics, and social inclusion. In addition, online and in-person workshops were implemented across all partnership countries to test approaches and learn from real context. They have been our most situated space, where we see what resonates, what doubts emerge, and what barriers, technological, emotional, or social, must be addressed. Across contexts, we have learned several lessons. Disinformation is not only about verification skills, it travels through relationships and networks of trust, and it often activates fear. Barriers are not only digital. Time, support, loneliness, access, and previous habits shape engagement. And practical formats work best: real examples, simulations, short exercises, and guided conversations. We also could identify some areas for improvement. Reaching those we need it most remains challenging. They are not always in the channels where training opportunities circulate. Accessibility is wider than technical issues. Language, pace, confidence, and support structures matter. And the landscape changes fast, so we need continuous updating. In this sense, several lines clearly open up for the future: how everything changes with generative AI, how to intervene in private messaging, where a lot of disinformation circulates, how to connect media literacy with participation and agency, and how to include digital well-being more explicitly as part of learning. So to close this introduction, let me say that today is a space for self-reflection and practical exchange, a space where we will look at media literacy not only as a set of skills, but as a condition for social inclusion, security, participation, and well-being in later life. And with that, I'm very glad to give the floor to Montserrat Amorós. Montserrat is the Vice President of IAUTA, the International Association of Universities of the Third Age, and IAUTA is also an associate partner of MELISE, and we are very grateful for their support and collaboration. So, Montserrat, the floor is yours.
Vale, pues muy buenos días. Buen día, good morning. Perdonadme, pero estoy un poquito tengo vértigo. Lo siento. Vale, bien, vamos a ver. En primer lugar, quisiera agradecer sobre todo a Manuel, a Paula, a la editorial Octaedro, pues el habernos invitado a inaugurar esta sesión de esta conferencia. Para nosotros, pues realmente es un honor el estar aquí y el poder reconocer pues este trabajo que se ha realizado en este proyecto y que hemos seguido pues con asiduidad y con mucho cariño, ciertamente. Bueno, os voy a hablar de MELISE, pero en plan informativo. En primer lugar, os comentaré que es importante por todo lo que representa para nuestros mayores. Y lo que va a hacer la finalidad del proyecto, el objetivo del proyecto, va a ser presentar y resumir este trabajo que se ha realizado a nivel internacional durante toda la realización del proyecto, durante estos 2 años que habéis estado trabajando con ello. Entonces, básicamente se promueve la alfabetización digital, la mediática crítica del adulto mayor y, como consecuencia de ello, hay que resaltar que es interesante resaltar el derecho a la información y, por extensión, también a la formación crítica de los mayores. Entonces, es un proyecto que incide en la brecha digital, que es uno de los mayores problemas que tenemos con los mayores y que hemos encontrado pues, después del confinamiento. O sea, los problemas que salieron básicamente fueron el problema de la soledad, el problema del maltrato de cualquier tipo y también el problema de la desinformación digital. Entonces, todo ello pues, nos hizo recapacitar a todos aquellos que nos dedicamos a la formación de adultos en que debíamos repensar un poquito no, mucho, la formación relativa a esto. Entonces, debo deciros que nosotros, por ejemplo, en nuestra institución tuvimos un problema por cuanto tenemos como 12 millones de alumnos y el problema que teníamos es que muchos de ellos pues, estaban faltos de herramientas, de instrumentos con los cuales poder acceder, pues, por ejemplo, a una clase online o que no podían adquirir o crear un correo para poder recibir información. Entonces, a partir de ahí, pues yo creo que prácticamente todas las instituciones que nos dedicamos a ello, pues nos pusimos en línea para poder hacer lo que fuera necesario. Bueno, debo deciros que sí hemos avanzado en ello, pero que este progreso que tenemos debe ser tan rápido como lo es la tecnología en cualquier ámbito hoy en día. Entonces, a nivel educacional, pues nuestro mundo cada vez está más envejecido, Cada vez tenemos una presencia informática muy importante, una gran cantidad de información que puede ser variopinta, que puede ser diversa, pero que también puede ser falsa. Y por lo tanto, esto deriva pues, en desinformación, pero muchas veces también en una exclusión tecnológica del adulto mayor, porque no tiene ni idea de lo que le están diciendo y necesita formarse. Entonces, lo que el proyecto propone es una alfabetización mediática que sea crítica para los adultos mayores, que permita pues, desarrollar habilidades digitales y convertirse en unos ciudadanos más activos y más participativos, que estén empoderados por ello y que estén, sobre todo, bien informados. Quiero destacar las diferentes metodologías. Las diferentes metodologías pues, que vamos a ver durante la sesión de hoy y, sobre todo, que todo ello nos va a conducir a esa información que necesitan y al desarrollo del pensamiento crítico. Entonces, quisiera resaltar también la cooperación internacional, porque es importante, dado el público que es mayoritariamente joven, y también lo que os quiero manifestar es que desde mi institución vamos a difundir y a propagar en todo cuanto podamos el proyecto MELISE para que podamos llegar a la mayor cantidad posible de alumnos adultos mayores. Y bueno, pues nada más. Muchísimas gracias y hasta otra. Gracias.
Okay, so thank you very much. Muchas gracias, Montserrat, for these welcome remarks. And let me briefly guide everyone through today's program so you know what to expect both here in person at CCCB and online via the live stream. So we have two main blocks today. The first one this morning includes two keynote speakers, Ilaria Gaudiello and Silvia de Riva, and a panel discussion in between. Lunch break will be from 1 to 2:30, and we'll return for the afternoon and the second block, which includes another panel discussion and a roundtable. And we will end the day with the closing remarks by Isabel Neri, also a member of MELISE project. I hope you enjoy the conference, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Paula, and good morning, everyone. Nice to have you here. My name is Matteo Scannavini. I'm a trainer in an Italian company called Data Ninja that deals with digital education, especially on media and data literacy. And I'm a member of the MELISE project, but I'm here today to introduce our first keynote speaker, Ilaria Gaudiello, who is connected online, I hope. Ciao, Ilaria. And Ilaria also a cognitive psychology doctorate at the University of Paris, and she has also a master's degree in semiotics. And she's a researcher since 2009. She conducted researches about the integration of digital tools and learning practices in French and with many European projects. She collaborated with a lot of different entities, including companies such as Lego Education, but also foundations like Fondazione Mondo Digitale, which is a very important Italian hub for digitalization. And she collaborated with museums, cultural centers, and scientific centers as well. Since 2022, she's the director of Biblioteche Senza Frontiere Italia, part of the Bibliothèques Sans Frontières network. Sorry for my French. And these associations promotes access to education, information, and culture with communities that face different types of barriers, like economical barriers, social barriers, geographical barriers also. And with Biblioteca Senza Frontiere, Ilaria implements projects that combine these digital tools with learning practices in communities to improve their culture, active citizenship, and access to information in general. One of these projects is called Nino, and it's dedicated to older adults and to reduce their digital gap in Italy. And it's a project based on a mobile app, but it's much more than this. But I don't want you to spoil the details, so I will let the floor to Ilaria. Thanks again for being here. The stage is yours.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to meet you, even in this, let's say, in online mode. And this is really an interesting opportunity to discuss a theme which is really central in our society, even if sometimes a neglected theme. And I'm happy today to present you the Nino project. I think, Matteo, I cannot share the slide. I don't know if you can do it from your PC, because here I'm not allowed to share.
1 second.
Thank you a lot.
So, okay. So meanwhile, thanks again for being here. I know you couldn't join in person because you're very busy with other events today, but still it's a good occasion to network and spread this project, which I think is very relevant and unique in Italy. I hope you will think the same after this presentation. And also, I didn't say before, but I'm part involved in the Nino project as well, so I'm very glad we have the occasion to present it here today. Okay. We actually see some slides, but not Ilaria's one. Yeah. Okay. So let's wait another minute and we will have the coffee break after this. So.
Okay, I'm trying again, but yeah.
In Italy, we say il bello della diretta, which is like the good part of being in a live stage. Like, you never know what happens until you're there.
Exactly.
Didn't they do the technical test this morning? But not with the slides. The slides. Oh. Okay. We have it.
Quindi è meglio se lei fa Sai che condividere lo schermo lei.
Penso meglio che vediamo le slide, c'è tanta roba che...
Cosa sia meglio?
The slide. I can ask her, but...
Ok.
Okay. Ilaria, we have to choose if we want to see your face or the slides. So I think we
super.
can...
Better the slides, I'm sure.
Okay, so it's just temporary. Now at least we see what are you talking about with visual support. So
yeah, super. Thank you a lot.
Thanks for the patience. Okay, so now we see the screen. And
yeah, thank you a lot.
Sorry, Spanish interface.
So, yeah, happy to tell you about the Nino project and happy to receive your feedback, of course, because this project is under construction in a sense, which means that we are at the third year of the project, but still we have many areas to improve. And so, yes, I don't know, maybe you can skip to the second slide, so to present our association. Thank you a lot. So here we are, Libraries Without Borders. Just a short presentation to tell you who we are. The mission of Libraries Without Borders is to bring education, information, and culture for all. And this is an international NGO active in 31 countries. The objective of this association is to reinforce the autonomy of vulnerable communities that face social, economic, or geographic barriers. In order to do that, we create and curate tools, spaces, and programs, and we contribute to build new models of social cohesion. The pillars of our actions, of our initiatives, as you can see here, are social research to understand the needs and the context where we operate. Then pedagogical engineering, so we select and create tailored contents, innovative technologies, and we do knowledge transfer for the teams on the field. And then we curate collective narrative, because this is part of community awareness, and this is a base for transformation, for change. So in the next slide, how we operate. So we develop mobile information and education apps. We create and select training and informational content, and then we train organizations working on the field who use our tools and content to increase their impact locally. So the strong belief of BSF is that information and education empower people to make informed choice. And for this reason, we try to build bridges between the information society and those excluded from it. So this is just to give a picture on what we do, why we do it, and how. For example, one of the most well-known educational apps of Libraries Without Borders is the Ideas Box that maybe you can see, here in the slide. This is a kit-connected and energy self-sufficient multimedia center, which was created pro bono by Philip Stark and which is employed in any kind of context and situation to bring cultural and educational resources. But also, for example, we have produced a portable digital server providing offline Wi-Fi access to thousands of educational and cultural resources in remote or crisis-affected areas. So part of our work is to design and implement frugal and offline technologies to bring information and education to everyone in any context. And this is also a little bit the philosophy of the Project Nino we are going to discuss today, because the idea of this project is to bring information, education, and culture through the smartphone. So here the smartphone becomes a sort of libraries, we could say, or the Nino project is a library in a smartphone. The idea is that, of course, as you maybe know, in Italy, we have a situation, a specific situation from the demography point of view, because Italy is a country with the highest elderly population in Europe. So we have more than 22 million citizens who are aged 60 or over. And the 2050 projections say that the share of over 65 will amount to almost 36% until 2050. So despite this, despite the fact that we have the highest elderly population, and despite, as you know, the massive digitalization of administrative, health, or financial service is continuing to grow, this population has no tools, no instruments to face disinformation and cyber threats. And this is becoming a significant problem in our country. So in the next slide, a little bit of context. This issue of over 65 digital vulnerability, as you probably know very well, is an issue at the crossroad of health, informatics, learning science, and social innovation. Why this? Because, in fact, there's correlations between cognitive decline, so, for example, less accurate episodic memory, and also weaker neuroplasticity, and privacy violation in older adults. But also there's a theme of technological naivety, which leads to gullibility and financial victimization. We have today a lot of the banking instruments and cybersecurity instruments, but these instruments are mostly used by specialists or digital natives and have not reached the elderly. So again, for the context, this leads to the obsolescence of knowledge and skills of seniors, and this makes them prey for hackers and disinformators. So here you have, again, some specific data. Only the 19% of people between 65 and 74 years old have basic digital competencies. And there's, again, some kind of gaps between the north, the center, and the south. And in Europe, this is a very well-known information, the over 65 are the population who share fake news the most, 7 times more than citizens aged 18 years old, 45 years old. Again, some data about this. 50% of scams are directed to over 65 citizens, and only 47% of citizens who are victims of scams report the incident to the authorities. There's a significant increase of the total case of online scams during the last years. So, with relation with this context, our association with several specialized partners we are going to present proposed the solution of Nino, the simple and secure guide to the digital world. So, why? To reduce the problem of seniors' digital divide in our aging society with a focus on smart routines to prevent and contrast cyber threats and disinformation. We propose the solution of a multi-platform, user-centered and notch-based app with workshops and local events to increase digital knowledge, improve digital skills, and elicit awareness. This should lead to the impact of supporting third age digital transformation, which means for us mainly to reduce level of disinformation counteract false information sharing behavior, and increase cyber awareness and avoid frauds. This project was presented for the Tech for Social Good Call for Project within the Impact Challenge launched by Google.org in 2023, and it was selected with the 2 projects. The project has been created by Libraries Without Borders and carried in collaboration with Seedable, Data Ninja, and Link Campus University. So here you can see the specific competencies of the partners of this project. So Seedable is a group of experts in strategic and digital innovation. Data Ninja is specialized in digital and pedagogical solutions with a focus on data literacy. And the Link Campus University includes several researchers who study psychological and social innovation-related themes and who develop hybrid tools to foster inclusive access to knowledge. So, which are the objectives of the project NINO? NINO supports the digital transformation of this segment of the population. The objectives are training knowledge and skills, giving this audience the possibility to consult a glossary and to engage with modular exercises through micro-learning. The second objective is to improve digital routines, so to become digital fluent, expand language, and shift from passive to active and attentive use of personal device. And the third objective is to raise community awareness through participation to workshops, through the use of the forum to discuss experience, and also joining NINO events and acting as NINO ambassador. Who are NINO targets? So our targets are, of course, the over 65 who beneficiates of opportunities in-person and online training. And their need is to learn with simplicity, trust, and with a respectful approach. But our targets are also educators and caregivers, so digital animators, librarians, family members, assistants, etc., because they are the practical and motivational bridge between the over 65 and the use of the app. And then, of course, local stakeholders who can distribute NINO or onboard vulnerable users. So what do we expect from this project? Of course, we expect that this audience feel more supported in their everyday digital activities, and also we expect that they become more autonomous and more confident when they use their personal device. We also expect them to be more aware and to transform their behavior in order to be more aware and to decrease the number of frauds and of fake news sharing. Here we have a little bit the phases of the project. So the first year was dedicated to the analysis of the existing solution and also to the desk and field research. We also built the visual identity of the project, and we led with Data Ninja the contents, taxonomy, and the metrics of the learning management system. Then we passed to the UX UI design and the design of the impact evaluation strategy. During the second year, the core of this second year was the app development, and of course the alpha and beta testing, the local partnership development, and the protocols for trainers. We also implemented the first phase of the train of trainers and the first app improvement cycle with beta testing and with preview events. So the third year, the year in which we are now, is the year of the app integrations based on the feedbacks received during the testing, and of the second phase of the trainers and the launch events. Then we will have, of course, the workshops with the end beneficiaries and the reporting and dissemination phase. So during the analysis of the market or of the existing solution, what we found is that in Italy there are many interesting solutions for this target of population, but these solutions, for example, are based on online courses, or for example on intergenerational workshops, and also with support to people with motor disabilities or visually impaired, etc. But to our knowledge, these initiatives lack some specific characteristics, which are the development of a technological framework and also an interactive approach to training. So based on this first analysis of the existing solution, we also led and field research. The first step of this research was to, of course, study two different targets, which are the dependent seniors and the non-dependent seniors, who have specific characteristics of, for example, cognitive autonomy, or motivation for change, or resistance to change, for example. After this first distinction, we also studied the difference between technology-dependent users and technology-independent users. This kind of study gave us several insights about beginner users, advanced users, and the mix between the two. We also took into account age-related discrepancies between, of course, younger seniors who often use technologies without problems but have difficulties with more advanced online service, medium seniors who are less familiar with technologies, and great seniors who are the most excluded from digital media. And as a last step, we had a survey concerning devices and technologies, applications, frequencies and time of use of devices, level of technological literacy, interfaces and visual elements, and also learning and encountering misinformation. Results of this research have been very informative. For example, we understood which kind of device this audience preferred, and also which are the elements facilitating interaction. For example, number of typing inputs, or frequent reassurance and feedback for motivation, for encouragement, for congratulation. We also had some interesting results about content and learnability. For example, we understood which kind of contents we need to prioritize in this kind of app, and also we understood, for example, that they prefer content that lasts less than 5 minutes, they prefer familiar language, modular contents, anticipation, and the combination between in-presence and online activities. Then the last part of the research was dedicated to game-based triggers to enhance the learning. And here we found different gamification techniques with relation to thematics of fake news and cybersecurity. For example, escape games, website games, etc. But no gamification product or initiative for this target has been identified. Conversely, we found some elements of gamification which could be really useful for this audience, which are narration, exergames or feedback loop, rewards, and social connectivity. And so these elements of gamification have been integrated to the app. Yeah, and here we have just a witness from an anonymous participant to our focus group, telling that a happy medium between the son who does things for you and the son who doesn't even have the time to explain to you how to do them would be the perfect happy medium that they would like to find in the Nino app. These focus groups were also very useful to understand that over 65 are not willing to participate to a training path because they have already a background in their studies and they don't want just another educational path. So they privilege short and practical knowledge. And they would like to be supported in the digital routines, but not replaced. So here we are with our Nino, as you can see here, this friendly and familiar graphic style. Nino aims to transform insecure habits into conscious behavior. Improving the quality of digital life, and the app and also all the actions that accompany the app are based on these three pillars. So to coach, to care, and to connect. So to help understand the digital world and train digital readiness with microlearning. Care means to support users to become active, confident, capable of managing personal data, also detect incorrect information and cyber threats and communicate and connect. So to offer opportunities for community learning, knowledge sharing, active involvement and participation. So in the next slide, you can see some screenshot of the app. The first screenshot is the microlearning path, which is organized in several levels of complexity according to the previous knowledge and previous competencies of the users. Here you have all the modules, and here you have the challenges proposed by the app. The microlearning is a path-based learning. Here the user can choose the level and unblock sets of exercise. Of course, what a thing that I haven't said before is that in the first part of the app, in the onboarding section, the users have to fill a kind of questionnaire in which they also declare their level of competence, a level of familiarity with technologies, and on the basis of these answers, they are redirected to a specific path of learning. So learning is personalized with thematic exercises sequences. And you have score-based quiz with messages inviting for completion, of course. And another characteristics of this app is the chatbot Nino, which answers to all the questions or definition requests, or also gives operative indication and in-depth notion. Finally, the app also wishes to connect the community. So, of course, in this section, we also have some proposal for learning cafe, users community forum, in which users can exchange messages, share doubts, and examples. In the next slide, you have the technological framework. So Nino is based on a cloud infrastructure that hosts the core. And the content is, of course, managed through a CMS and the website My Nino. which is the user's information access point. The technology we are using in this moment is Odoo, and all the contents, even for example, the trainers' booklets or exercises are charged on this platform and made accessible to educators, trainers, caregivers, etc. So, in conclusion, where are we now? In this third year, we are validating the perceived usefulness and usability of the minimum viable products with real users. We are pursuing also the train of trainers and the workshops in 3 regions in Italy. And we are carrying the local events to disseminate the app and the project. Besides, we are also collecting the inputs to improve our website and for the app iteration. There's several insights emerged from this first pilot project. For example, the role of intergenerational and intragenerational activation for behavioral change, or for example, also the need for a cultural localization and adaptation, because we have in Italy many differences in the different regions, which is a key for onboarding and a tool practice adoption. We also believe that it's very important to nurture the community of practice approach to develop common interest into this important subject, and also to develop relationships and mutual support, and to share experiences and tools. And as a last insight, one of the development of Nino will probably be to combine access and accessibility through new features to target also, for example, cognitive and physical impairments. Okay, thank you a lot. And of course, please feel free to pose any questions about the project, the app, and also the future development.
Thank you again, Ilaria. Thank you again for the presentation. And as you can imagine, behind these slides, there is a lot of work, so years of researching and development. And now the project is almost public. And the app will be released soon, so we are very happy to share the ongoing process of the Nino project also in this international context. And are there any questions from the public for Ilaria? Okay, 2 questions. I think if it's the best way to invite them on the stage, so then you can use the microphone, or oh, you have, okay, perfect. So.
Hello, good morning. It's a very practical one. Can anyone access the app? I mean, can I go to my phone and have it, or is it for a small circle, or you have to have some kind of registration? How does it work?
Good morning, and thank you for the question. Yeah, starting from the release of the app will be available and of course free for anybody, because we are an NGO, sorry. So of course, our objective is to spread the app as much as possible. The project has an ambitious objective, which is to reach 10,000 of users. So of course, the idea is that everybody can access to the app. And the entry point will be the website, the My Nino website. And of course, we will be happy to send further information when the app will be released, and we can make it available to anyone. And for next steps, we are also thinking about translating the app in English and in French in order to make it available in other countries.
Second question.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. My question is about what information collects the app from the users. I'm asking this only because of the research, proposals. I'm not asking because of the European Union law about sharing information and so on. Do you have any statistics or what kind of information is the device collecting in order for future research, like academic research, for example?
Thank you for this question. Information collected are of several types, and the app itself, the app design, underwent an evolution, because at the beginning the idea of Nino was to have just an assistant, so a kind of overlay icon which could be activated at any time and which could take some screenshots on what happens on the telephone of the person. But then we completely changed the path of this project because of privacy issue, of course, because collecting screenshots, even if then we erase this, could raise some problems, of course, concerning privacy. So which kind of information this version of Nino collects? Some anaggraphic information, of course, to determine the age of the person. Then his or her level or familiarity with technologies, and his or her level familiarity with the specific subject of the apps, so this information and cybersecurity. And then we also can display on the Odoo platform the learning progression, the trend of the learning progression of users. For example, the completion time or how much time the person spends on the app, etc. So with Data Ninja, and Matteo can witness this also, we have developed a list of KPIs allowing us to understand whether the app is used and which is the usefulness in terms of learning objectives and in terms of awareness. And of course, I'm glad to share with you more details about all the KPIs used in this project, because of course this part of the project is a part which is continuously evolving. And for the moment, we are just starting learning the outcomes in terms of notion acquisition and skills and acquisition and awareness acquisition. But this could evolve in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lalia. And just to add something to the reply, we realized during the research that privacy was a big concern for seniors. Like if in the onboarding phase of an app, you have to release a lot of data, like you really don't trust the service. And so we just collect anaggraphics and like age group, gender, and also auto-perceived level of digitalization and skills. And then the other data are about their progression, their interaction within the app. Thank you again. Any other questions? So thank you again, Lalia. And thanks for attending this conference. Here we share the same challenges of digitalization with seniors. So I'm glad that you bring Nino to this space. And if you have any other questions about Nino, you can also ask me later. I will be here in person the whole day. And now I think we can go to the coffee break. You deserve it. Thanks again for your attention. And thank you, Lalia, for participating.
Thank you. Bye.
Eso no funciona.
Sí.
Bueno, empezará Ana, creo. Sí, sí. Pero eso es solo como dar aquí y ya se pasan las diapositivas. Vale, te pongo un vaso de agua. Vale. Vamos a ir un poco... Vale. Voy a decir a la gente ya que va a hacer.
Serán 3, ¿no?
Sí. Vale. Vale. Si nos pasamos me dices. Vale. Vale, sí, son las 12:04. Como 15 minutos de intervención, 5 de preguntas o 10 preguntas al final si lo hacen seguido, como planteéis. No, yo creo que... Ah, no. Vale. No lo sé, pero yo creo que es mejor individual en el sentido que solo la gente se olvida de lo anterior. Sí. Vale, voy a ver si hace...
Sí. ¿Tú estás en la uni también? No,
yo estoy en una empresa privada.
Bueno.
Pero tenemos una asociación con Epistemic, que es de educación y desarrollo. Y bueno, hicimos un máster juntas y nos juntamos a hacer... No, pero trabajo en una empresa de editorial.
Suena muy interesante. En el este creo que era asignatura obligatoria. Porque yo he vivido en Chequia, en Praga. O sea que...
Yo empecé de pequeña, con 5 años, y bueno, luego con casualidades de la vida empecé a acabar una universidad.
O sea que se te da bien también, ¿no?
Sí, o sea, ahora soy bastante...
¿Pero compites y todo?
Estuve federada en Cataluña, o sea, además, estuve en Madrid, en Madrid estuve federada de pequeña y ahora también me federada ya para... O sea, trabajo todo el día, y luego...
Creo que vi este tipo que le habían echado por llevar vaqueros o no sé qué, que había perdido Bueno, le pasaron varias cosas ahí, ¿no? Creo que tiró algo, como un vaso de agua, accidentalmente, se le pasó el tiempo, no pudo apretarle. Qué bueno.
That's what I think, yeah. And this is...
Hola, soy Pedro, encantado.
Ana, with these two guys, ¿Sí? ¿Empezamos?
Hello, everyone. I'm Isabel. I work for Cosicosa. It's an association that we develop programs for children looking for a critical thinking. Well, we are based here in Barcelona, and we are part also of the MELISE project together with my colleague Cristina. And I'm honored to be the chair today of this conversation with Anna, that comes from Greece. She's a lecturer at the University of York, Europe campus. She teaches journalism and communication, and her research focuses on media literacy and news consumption. So I think it's key that she's with us today, and we are very grateful to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And also we have Pedro Garcia. He's coming from Malaga. Your research focuses on Hispanic philosophy, ethical political theories, bioethics, education, and critical discourse analysis, focusing on how media literacy can shape the epistemic injustice. But you will talk about it later. So thank you so much for coming today. And they both have presentations, so they will introduce the topic, and then we will have some minutes to ask questions. So thank you so much for listening.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So nice to be here among you. I'm so glad to participate in the MELISE project as a presenter of this research. And as you already heard, my name is Anna Orphanidou. I come from Greece, beautiful Thessaloniki, actually. And I teach at the University of York, Europe campus. So today we're going to discuss about the analog anchors and the digital floaters. Maybe you haven't heard these terms so far, and this is because I actually, through my research, introduced this terminology to bibliography. So let's start. Okay, that's great. We are living in an era of ultimate news abundance, and these news actually are available and personalized all the time, and we can reach them through platforms, mostly. And unfortunately, we don't need the traditional so-called gatekeepers. I'm saying, unfortunately, because I'm a journalist too, so maybe you don't need us anymore. Let's find out if this is true. At the same time, this abundance has led to greater skepticism, unfortunately, and we always tend to mistrust the news. And this trust is, as I heard earlier, actually fragile one. Okay, so platforms blur these boundaries between what's called journalism, what is advertising, advertorial, the UGC content, so on and so forth, and it makes it difficult to distinguish what the real news are. And in this context, media literacy is often reduced to technical competence, just to know how to use the machines, if I may allow to say so, okay? Just to know how to use them. That's not actually media literacy, and you know that. So this tension between access and fluency and trust is the starting point of our research. So to make this change, much of the existing literature has relied on the well-known terms digital natives and digital immigrants back from 2001 when Prensky first introduced them. And this framework unfortunately assumes that age alone can be the factor to distinguish this group of people. Okay, so we have the digital natives, as to say they are the young ones, and we have the digital immigrants, the older ones. Okay, although this distinction has been influential all these years, and yes, I admit that, it remains widely used also, but many scholars and academics have criticized this binary. It fails to capture how people actually engage with news in the platform environment, how we are engaged in this. And empirical evidence show that, yes, you can see that, show that technical familiarity with digital tools does not automatically translate to critical news literacy. And that's my point today, actually. So, empirical research on digital media use and news consumption complicates this binary even further and suggests that a more subtle picture than generational labels allow. And studies consistently show that younger users tend to demonstrate higher levels of technical fluency. Yes, we all agree in that. At the same time, older users exhibit higher levels of skepticism towards online news platforms and place greater emphasis on source verification. However, and I would like to pay attention to that, neither technical fluency nor skepticism alone guarantees critical news literacy. So, critical capacity appears unevenly distributed across and within generations, and it's shaped by experience, by trust, by media habits, rather than by age alone. That's my point. So my research highlights these limitations, the age-based limitations. Building on the aforementioned limitations, we have tried to shift the focus from age-based competencies to everyday orientations, and we examine 3 interconnected dimensions. First, how users across and navigate news. How users access and navigate news. Second, how media literacy is understood at practice. And third, how skepticism and trust towards news are formed and expressed towards different user groups. And to address these questions, we had this study on quantitative data collected through a structured survey distributed online. The data base consists of responses of 1,127 participants, including Greek participants, users from European Union, United States of America, and Russia. And the survey focused on patterns of news consumption, self-assessed digital and media literacy, and attitudes towards news credibility. So we tried not to isolate single variables. We tried to analyze and examine how these dimensions interact with everyday news practices. One of the key patterns that emerges from the data concerns the users, who are often called digital natives. These users demonstrate high level of confidence and fluency when navigating digital platforms. This technical competence they do have does not always consistently translate into higher levels of critical news literacy, and many younger users rely heavily on platform cues, social signals, and algorithmically curated content. Unfortunately, we all know that. And the findings, our findings, challenges the assumption that growing up with digital technologies automatically equips users with stronger critical capacities in relation to news. I think that's the most important of our findings. Okay, a contrasting pattern emerges when looking at the commonly used term, digital immigrants. These users often report lower levels of confidence when navigating digital platforms, are generally less comfortable with the rapid multi-platform news environment. At the same time, they tend to approach online news with greater caution and skepticism. And these users are more likely to emphasize source credibility and institutional reputation. So this suggests that critical distance toward news can exist independently of high levels of digital or technical fluency. Now, taken the aforementioned together, this empirical pattern suggests that age alone is no longer a sufficient way to understand how people engage with news. Both younger and older users display forms of competence and forms of vulnerability. What becomes most important is not when users are born, not when, but how they position themselves towards media. And to capture these different media orientations, we propose a conceptual distinctions between what we now call analog anchors and digital floaters. These terms are not meant to replace generational categories, but to complement them by focusing on users' relationship to news, trust, and platforms. Analog anchors are characterized by a stronger attachment to traditional journalistic norms and institutional sources. They tend to value verification, credibility, and editorial authority, whereas the digital floaters are more fluid in their navigation. They move easily across platforms and formats. They rely on social and algorithmic cues and often approach news with a form of generalized skepticism. Importantly, these orientations cut across age groups, and that's my point here today. So we highlight that media literacy is shaped less by generation and more by how users anchor or float within the contemporary news ecosystem. So this typology helps explain patterns in news consumption. It clarifies why users of similar age may demonstrate very different levels of trust, skepticism, and critical engagement. We focus on orientation, and that helps us to capture overlaps and tensions across generations that often been obscured with the previous model. And it also helps distinguish between the different forms of critical engagement. I could name that verification-based criticality and skepticism-based criticality. In this way, the typology offers a more flexible and empirically grounded framework. So, in conclusion, our research set out the question, a familiar assumption in media literacy debates: age and technological upbringing are the primary drivers of how people engage critically with news? No. The answer is no. What matters more is users' orientation towards news, trust, and media authority. This distinction between analog anchors and digital floaters helps make sense of these patterns without falling into simplistic and age-based binaries. So, if you ask me, for media literacy education, the distinction would help by cultivating, evaluating judgment, trust calibration and awareness of platform dynamics. And for us journalists and for the platforms, it raises questions about how credibility and authority and verification can be made visible. So ultimately, in this platform era, media literacy is less about when users were born and more about how they positively position themselves within the contemporary news ecosystem. I would like to thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Anna. Are there any questions for her? Yes, Sophia.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Sofia, I'm from Portugal, and we, several of us here, have an association that does media literacy on the ground, let's say. I'm a journalist too. I was
so glad to hear that.
Although I really like this idea of not using age as a factor, when we choose concepts, I think we should maybe think a little bit more about the words we choose, because when we say analog and digital, one is old and the other is modern. Do you understand?
Yeah, exactly, I understand.
And this is not, I don't think it's a very productive way of putting, though it is true that it is anchored in a traditional way of doing or of trusting, if you want. When you put it one like this and the other like that, you are automatically, I think, saying, you know, this is the old way to do it and this is the new way to do it. So I don't know if
that's a fair question.
Sometimes I think we don't think early enough and timely enough about the concepts that we are, you know, because we are creating boxes. We are putting people there or there, and I think we should think more about the words we choose.
So, Sophia, if you allow me, thank you. That's a very fair question, actually. But to be honest, I don't know why the words themselves, analog or digital, equals to something old or something new. What we have been trying to do is, yes, to classify. I don't know if we can actually classify people there, but just to see how people, not mentioning their age, because this binary, the age-based binary, I think it's old, as you say, but nowadays I'm not referring to someone as you are 65 years old, you're 80 years old, so you're old, and you should be immigrant to that. But to fluidly or to anchor in news environment is something you choose. So it's a fair question to say that if you name them like digitals or analogs is something old and new, but the main approach here is not to mention the old versus new, is to mention if you're actually using your criticality and skepticism to choose where you would like to be in this abundance of news environment. So would you like to anchor in something? Yes, you do, and you can always be like 18 years old. And you can be a fluid and digital floater in this case, even if you are like 70 years old. So hopefully I answered this question of yours. Thank you.
Hello, Manuel from Octaedro. Thank you very much for your presentation and for making it so clear, things that we sort of don't know, but we have some intuition of it, but you explain it so clearly, for demystifying this age being the main factor for literacy and not assuming that the older, the less digitally literate or media literate, yeah, that's, and we want to also justify a little bit the aim and the rationale of the project. And the main reason is that although we should not, and we cannot assume that senior people need more media literacy training,
exactly.
We cannot assume that. However, most of the programs, and the reason why we wanted to do this project is because most of the programs, most of the trainings, most of the actions, most of the activities are addressed at younger people, right? So although our older people are better prepared for all this wave of disinformation, still there is a need for specific content and specific trainings and specific courses and specific activities addressed at this group, yeah? My question then is, how can we do it better?
Okay, that's a fair question too. Thank you so much. I totally agree, 100%, I agree. We all need, the distinction here is, if I may use this word again, is that we all need training. I totally agree with you, Emmanuel. So, whereas I could be 40 years old or 60 or 20, I need training. The matter here is to which areas and which context do we need training for? I mean, do I need training to learn how to use my cell phone, for example? Or do I need training to distinguish the disinformation, the deepfakes? Do I need my criticality in order to find out, oh, what's this button is about? Or do I need my critical and skeptical behavior towards all this news? But there is this abundance of news from all the platforms, and not only, okay? But now we're discussing about the platform era. So we need, all of us, regardless of age, we need this media literacy. And that's what we tried to prove with our research. Thank you. That's why I'm insisting we all need, regardless of age-based distinctions, we all need media literacy. That's my point, actually.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go now with Pedro. Perfect. Now it's your turn, Pedro.
So, hello, everyone. This is Pedro Garcia, and today I'm going to talk about how audiovisual media influence bioethical understanding in senior adults and why media literacy matters for epistemic justice. First of all, I'm going to mention that, of course, there are certain bioethical issues that particularly affect senior people, not because age is a problem, but because this stage of life brings together complex clinical conditions, situations of dependency, power imbalances, and institutional settings like hospitals or nursing homes, where ethical dilemmas are intensified. Bioethics, understood as the field of reflection that addresses moral conflicts related to life, health, dignity, and care, is particularly relevant in this context. Some of the key challenges, you can find them here, are related mainly to end of life, palliative sedation, dementia-related decision-making, health misinformation, emotional framing, ageism, and so on. So, like digital health, privacy, and so on. So, this particularly, I think, is a key issue that needs to be addressed also in the training of older people. So, within this framework, it's especially important to look at how these bioethical dilemmas reach the public through today's media environment. In practice, as probably you know, many of these issues are not learned through direct medical information or careful ethical discussion, but through headlines, political messages, viral videos, and audiovisual content that often simplify, dramatize, or distort complex debates. And now I'm going to put a couple of examples in the Spanish context. Yeah, thank you very much. So here, in the Spanish context, misinformation related, for example, to euthanasia offers a clear example. No? Some public discourses, like these ones, have presented this law, the law, the euthanasia law, using alarmist messages that appeal to fear with expressions such as the elderly people fleeing hospitals, or legal murder, or the one in the middle mentioning like the culture of death from the left-wing people. No? So these narratives create a strongly polarized moral story where emotional language replaces bioethical reflection. Research in communication has shown that this kind of emotional framing can lead to moral panic. That's a term from Cohen, 2002, moral panic. And this reduces people's ability to evaluate information critically. So, along with these messages, there are also health-related scams aimed directly at senior adults. Examples include like false claims about serious side effects of the flu vaccine, or the manipulation of technical documents to create mistrusts, even where there's no scientific evidence. Another one? Thank you. So again, this is not something unique in Spain. For example, you have here, if I remember, a case from like a web page for checking facts. I think it's from the States or from Canada. On the left side, you have what was claimed about COVID, and on the right side, you have like the right version of this, no? So during the COVID-19 pandemic, these dynamics became stronger with the spread of conspiracy theories accusing the healthcare system of using drugs such as midazolam to cause the deaths of senior people, or questioning the reliability of diagnostic tests and death certificates. Again, several studies show that these conspiracy narratives combine mistrust in institutions, strong emotional reaction, and feeling of social abandonment. Together, these elements increase the impact of on groups in situations of informational vulnerability. From a bioethical and communicative perspective, this type of content does more than create misinformation. It also produces lasting forms of epistemic injustice, as it weakens the ability of older people to understand information, interpret it critically, and be recognized as legitimate voices in debates that directly affect their health, autonomy, and dignity. For this reason, media literacy cannot be reduced to technical skills alone, but must be understood as an ethical tool that supports informed discussion, epistemic justice, and democratic participation of the older people. Next, please. So I'm going to keep with this idea. That's going to be like the main point of my talk. That media literacy cannot be reduced to technical skill alone. I mean, it's great. We have this list of tools, but in my opinion, it's not enough. Why? Because in this context, audiovisual media literacy becomes especially important for addressing the bioethical and knowledge-related challenges faced by senior people. Unlike approaches that focus only in checking facts, audiovisual analysis helps us understanding how meaning is created through images, stories, music, editing, and also emotional tone. So these elements play, in my opinion, a strong role in shaping how people perceive risk, credibility, and moral choices. Again, another research in communication and moral psychology shows that audiovisual content does more than share information. Well, like I said before, it also shapes the ways of people understanding ethical issues, particularly those related to health, suffering, dependency, and end of the life. For older adults, this influence is especially strong because much of the information they receive about bioethics, such as news about euthanasia, palliative care, or advertisements of anti-aging products, or viral videos about supposed miracle cures, is presented through highly emotional stories that appeal to fear, compassion, or a sense of urgency. Several studies indicate that this type of content increases vulnerability to health-related misinformation and makes critical evaluation more difficult, even when people are already aware that some information may be false. From an ethical point of view, this has important consequences. Decisions about health and care are not made only on the basis of data, but within stories and messages that influence people's real ability to decide freely. For this reason, audiovisual media literacy can be understood as a key ethical competence. It helps people recognize emotional manipulation, identify economic or ideological interests behind messages, and create space for reflection and discussion. At the same time, by strengthening older people's ability to interpret media content, it can reduce forms of epistemic injustice. And two examples of epistemic injustice. On the one hand, testimonial injustice by supporting their credibility as informed voices, and also a kind of hermeneutic injustice. What I mean by that? Widening the language and ideas are able to understand and express experiences of aging, illness, and care. So rather than treating older people as a passive audiences, this approach recognizes them as active interpreters and encourages their critical participation in public debates on bioethics in a society increasingly shaped by a screen. We are there already, no? So we're going to check some examples, no? in what I'm proposing here. So based on the frameworks outlined above, what I'm trying to do is to develop, it's something still ongoing, it's not a finished project or anything like that, it's really giving the first steps. What I want to do is to develop a kind of audiovisual media literacy program designed as a bioethical competence for senior people. The proposal is based on the use of real audiovisual materials, you have here some examples, that are widely available in the public domain. Its aim is to support the ethical interpretation of media discourses that shape social views on aging, illness, and the end of life. Possible materials, we have Endgame from Netflix, or we have Better Off Dead from BBC 2024, which presents different ethical and personal perspectives on the end of the life. Also, in the Spanish television, we have En Portada, dealing with nursing homes and dependency broadcasts, and so on. Also, we could add short news clips, audiovisual headlines, viral videos shared on social media. For example, those related to vaccines, active aging, or supposed miracle cures, like I mentioned before. So we could include these materials precisely because they often provoke strong emotional reaction and offer valuable opportunities for critical discussion. And now I'm going to present, very, very briefly, some of the materials and some of the skills related to those materials. The educational use of these materials would be organized around three main areas. The first one, the idea is narrative and discourse analysis, and it's focused on identifying who is speaking, from which position of authority, which voices are absent, and how key bioethical ideas are constructed. For example, analyzing a fragment from End of the Game, the first one, could help participants discuss how dignity at the end of life is presented and who defines what a good death means. A television report on nursing home, in turn, could be used to explore how dependency and institutional care are visually presented. That's the first point. The second area is emotional and aesthetic literacy. The aim of this is recognize audiovisual strategies such as dramatic music, close-up images, fast editing, or personal testimonies. So participants could also analyze how these elements shapes feelings of fear, compassion, again, or urgency. Comparing a healthcare documentary with a sensationalist video shared online, for example, would help explain why some messages appear convincing even when they lack scientific evidence. The third area is the one I call ethical and deliberative reflection. Here, media narratives are discussed in relation to core bioethical principles like autonomy, justice, and so on, as well as ethics of care, carrying debates on dignity in later life and other approaches. In this space, other people would be encouraged to connect media representation with their own life experiences, supporting dialogue, recognition, and fair ethical reflection. From this perspective, audiovisual media literacy is understood as a formative practice aimed at strengthening moral autonomy, critical understanding, and epistemic agency. By working with familiar media materials from everyday life, the proposal seeks to reduce the gap between ethical theory and lived experiences, promoting meaningful and situated learning. In this way, the program, or the future program, aims to transform passive viewing into a space for ethical dialogue, where older people can reflect not only on how they are portrayed in the media, but also on how they wish to be represented and recognized in the public sphere. And I'm going to conclude. Another one, please. Yeah, perfect. So promoting audiovisual media literacy among senior adults can be understood as a meaningful bioethical response to these challenges, at least in my opinion. By providing them with critical tools to analyze and create audiovisual messages, we do more than protect them from disinformation and manipulation. We also support their authority, autonomy, and recognize them as credible subjects of knowledge capable of interpreting their own reality. Throughout this theoretical and methodological discussion, I think we have shown, or I have tried to show you, that media literacy can strengthen older adults' autonomy, encourage informed participation in health and social issues, and reinforce their collective epistemic agency. For this reason, integrating this type of initiative into lifelong learning programs or public policies on active aging would be strongly recommended, in my opinion. And now I'm going to use Sadaba and her colleagues from the Universidad de Navarra, again, to reinforce what I mentioned before. No? Again, my point, I share this point with these colleagues from the Universidad de Navarra, is that the fight against misinformation cannot be only on technical or legal solution, but requires the shared responsibility of a media literacy society. So we are aging in a highly mediated world, and aging with dignity also means being able to navigate information critically. At the end, audiovisual media literacy in senior adults can be understood as a bioethical competence because it brings together knowledge, but also values and emotions. It strengthens critical thinking while protecting fundamental rights such as autonomy, access to information, and participation in public life. I think this is a form of literacy for freedom. The freedom, what for? No? The ability of senior people to think, judge, and decide from themselves, free from deception, and with full awareness of dignity and rights at every stage of life. I'm going to conclude with these words and the list of bibliography that I have used, but I wanted to mention in order not to extend the talk too much. So the last one, please. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Are there, yeah, Manu?
Thank you very much, Pedro, for your presentation. We have a little bit of a confession to make, now that you have brought up Sadaba. When we were starting to conceptualize the project, we came across that article, yeah? And we thought, it's not our only source, but we took many ideas from there, We didn't steal them, we just borrowed them. Yeah? And, and I would like to ask you about that framework that you have presented before in the second to last slide. The other one, previous. That one, no, that one. Yeah, that framework, to what extent has it been developed, or is it just a proposal, and has it been elaborated any further than that? It's very interesting. Yeah.
No, this is my dream program. So it hasn't been implemented, and of course, if we are trying to make it internationally available, probably I should rethink some of the materials. For example, in Portada probably is useless in other countries, or things like that. But again, this is my project, but it hasn't been implemented. And yeah, a clarification. Sometimes I'm not proposing watching a whole documentary, but just fragments, because the person who previously from Italy presented her
Nino, yeah,
exactly.
Nino, yeah. The Nino project.
She mentioned that people prefer like 5 minutes intervention, no? Like materials and so on. So probably watching like a whole documentary could be too much. So well, it's a matter of selecting more precisely. And I haven't prepared any questionnaires or anything like that. So
at the moment, this is a very well-structured brainstorming.
Exactly.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
For future. Don't steal it.
No, I won't. I will just borrow it.
Is there any question? No?
Okay, so thank you so much for both of you to present your projects and ideas. It was amazing to hear. And now we have more talks going on. So thank you, everyone.
Sí, no, si no veig aquí ja està.
Vale. Okay, so now we welcome our second keynote speaker, Silvia de Riva Mayoral. Silvia holds a PhD in Arts and Education from the University of Barcelona, and she's a tenure-track professor in the area of art education in the Faculty of Education and Psychology in the University of Girona. She also holds a bachelor degree in audiovisual communication from University Pompeu Fabra and a master's degree in visual art and education from the University of Barcelona. Her research focuses on art-based education and filmmaking as pedagogy, with particular attention to social justice, gender equality, and affective relations. Her work draws on feminist new materialist perspectives, the affective turn, and post-qualitative inquiry. She's currently a member of the GREPAI research group and the Teaching Innovation Group Interseccions Disciplinarias y Conexiones Didácticas en los estudios de Mestra. And she also serves as junior editor in Journal of New Matter Journal of Matter Journal of New Materials Research. Sorry. So Silvia, it's a real pleasure to have you with us today, and whenever you are ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this invitation. It's the pleasure is mine, and okay, and it's a pleasure to present this Rethinking Literacy from the Post, Interactions and Affects in Situated Media Encounters. So my aim here is to interact, actually, to different researches, because I think it can give insights of how we can think literacy from another view. And the first research I will refer is my PhD thesis, actually, that it's about filmmaking as a feminist pedagogy and affective pedagogy. And the second one is Expect Art, an Horizon 2020 project, as the one that hosts this conference, that we're exploring critical cultural literacy through arts-based methods through Europe. So what is interesting is that in the first one, that it was my PhD thesis, I was exploring how filmmaking can be an educational tool. But then one of my main interests to keep exploring was to do some links with media literacy. And from the post, that was my framework. I will explain a bit later what I mean by posts. But the other project came later, and it was this collision between past, present, future, where I wanted to explore media literacy, and they invited me to participate in this critical cultural literacy project. So today I'm going to do this interaction between these two projects, and give insights of how we can think from another gaze the idea of literacy. So I will be happy also to share with you all this information, but also to discuss wherever you think it could be interesting to think about. So if you can. Okay, so I will start exploring the concept of literacy itself, because it was one of the main goals of the second project, the Expect Art, and it's key for doing this movement through the post. So literacy, when we were doing our theoretical framework and the state of the art, we realized that in Europe, in the different places of Europe, each language had a different translation for literacy. And here in Spain, and Spanish-speaking countries, we have these two different translations. That was alfabetización and literacidad. And there were authors that were using it in a similar way, but there were authors that also think that we should have it apart, because at the end they have consequences in how we think these concepts. No, it's okay. So alfabetización, it's the most common used term here in Spain, in Catalonia, and also in Latin America. It's the concept that we use in our everyday life, but has its implications because at the end it's really related to our colonial past and present. So, yeah, at the end we used alfabetización, the term alfabetización, to go to Latin America to say what they have to say and how they have to speak in Spanish. So we use it to show how to write and how to read, but with a power relation, based in a power relation. That's true also that Freire, for example, Paulo Freire, used it as a practice of freedom. So it's not that always we have used alfabetización with this colonial idea, but at the end, the word is stick on this, with this connotation. So then we have literacidad, that it's a translation from English, and it comes from Anglo-Saxon traditions, especially from new literacy studies. And this word opens up a little bit more the idea of literacy, because it's not to learn how to write and how to read, but it means also to understand that when you're relating with a text, you are also relating with a socio-cultural matter, a socio-cultural dispositive. So it goes further. So to be literate, it's not just to know how to read or how to write, but it's to understand the complexity of the text. And this in media studies, it's the same. It's not understanding how to see an image and how to interpret, but also understand that this image is embedded in a political, in a social, in a cultural relation. So at the end, literacidad was still keeping this idea of someone has to show something to another person, another community, and that was still a problem. And then we needed another word, it's critical literacy. So literacidad crítica, if you want to put the other, see the next one, yeah, the next one, sorry. No, there's a mistake here. Vale, al anterior no se puede basar, sí. ¿Por qué no sale? Bueno, misterio. So at the end, I refer to Lorenzetti when he quotes Zavala saying that it's necessary to distinguish this alfabetización and this literacidad for the reason I said, because we need to understand that we need to decode a lot of more complex things than just reading and writing. And then the critical literacidad is also understanding that we can make a practice, a community practice of understanding the world differently. So we can make literacy a practice of freedom, as Freire also said. So, the thing is that there have been some authors that started to work in the last years about literacy from the post, because what they are proposing in these changes are to understand that literacy can also be a relational thing more than a hierarchical and unidirectional practice. So to understand what I mean by the post, I will first explain what I understand. I use it as an umbrella term post today, we can find a lot of approaches. We have posthumanisms, we have feminist new materialisms, we have affective turn, we have a lot of post-qualitative inquiry. But I will refer especially to feminist new materialisms and affective turn to understand, to rethink this idea of literacy. And what is important is that they share this commitment to relational ontologies, this critique to dualisms, and the engagement with the matter and more than human. So, I use this framework because affective turn gives us the possibility to understand parts of the reality that social sciences have not taken into account during all the life of the sciences. So it's this part of the embodied sensory relational experience. And then feminist new materialisms, what they propose is to understand the world as a dynamic process where human and more than human bodies encounters and make new possibilities, create new possibilities for the world. So this has real implications of how we understand reality and how we understand research processes and our place in the world, actually, and also in literacy. So, yeah. In this interaction between literacy and post, Caetano Silva et al. And other authors said that literacy practices from the post can be understood as occurring as a result of people, places, objects, and things being carved up together in particular ways through affective flows and circuits. But what it means, that it's a bit maybe abstract. So let's put an example, 3 examples actually, to make it possible to think this literacy from the post. And I will go to the fieldwork of the first project I mentioned, my PhD dissertation, in which I was developing gender filmmaking labs in a school near Barcelona, in a really diverse sociocultural place. I can explain a lot of things of that school, but maybe later we can talk about it because we don't have so much time. And what we did is do these gender filmmaking labs from the 3rd of primary school to 2nd of secondary school, and with groups of 20, 25 students, more or less, aged 8 to 14. And we did 4 sessions of 6 hours in total. So the aim was to explore gender performances because they had some troubles in the school due to these reasons, and it was important to think about gender, so we did it through artistic activities, but what was more important is that we worked through media images, and also we made some films, so they did a film creation process to understand how gender performs, how performs in their lives. So from that fieldwork, I will explore 3 situated media encounters that, that can kind of help us to think literacy from the post. But first, I want to show you a short video to make you feel a bit more this experience. It's in I mean, it's not translated in English, but I think you can feel it. Oh, no sé si no. El podem veure en silenci, potser. O si no, continuo i si soluciona. We'll try to solve this technical problem, but meanwhile I can explain these 3 situated media encounters. So the next one. Oh, yeah, one. Aquest és el següent. Sí, exacte. Okay, so I will explain 3 examples of what happened there. It's really situated media encounter because it's just a scene of a huge fieldwork, but I think it's key to understand, how we can think from the post this media literacy. So the first one is when students connect with media images. In the first part of the labs, we started with secondary school students, and we started to relate to video images from video artists. So students didn't connect with that because they didn't know the artists and they didn't feel familiar to this language. So as we had not so much time, because it would be really interesting to go deeper in the video artists, no? to relate to video artists. In the primary school students, we proposed to do to work with mainstream media, and that was key because we had so little time. It was key because they could relate directly to things that they already know. So they knew some YouTubers, they knew some Instagrammers, they knew the films, the parts of the films that I showed, and this make them feel more enthusiastic, so affects could circulate more and they had more capacity to think and to relate their own worlds with the others, with the media that they were encountering, and then to the social problematics that we were trying to understand, that it was in that case gender performance. So it came that to finding images that they already know generate more excitement and also this desire to learn together. And coming to this media literacy from the post, what is interesting is that it's not that we need to understand what images or what the artist or what the creator wants to tell us, but what they make us think about what they are proposing. So the encounter is not about understanding something, but it's a relational encounter in which meaning is making there, not before, not in a prior. So a film doesn't want to say something to us. A film, when we encounter this film, this relation makes that we generate some knowledge. So I think this is really connected to the second situated media encounter. ¿La acabo de poner después? ¿Lo puedes poner o no? Claro, está preparada ahora. The second situated media encounter is when we were preparing the film, and a group of students from 4th grade of primary school, so 8 years, they wanted to to make a film with the message that girls don't need to be delicate. So what was interesting is that they really need to negotiate what means to be delicate in terms of practices, because audiovisual language, you cannot say I'm delicate, because when you are in the street, you're not saying I'm delicate. You need to demonstrate it through body, through practice, through actions. So what it was interesting is that they needed to have some discussions of how to interpret this delicate without being a stereotype. So what is interesting here from this post is that literacy in a traditional way maybe can be, okay, you need to express that, so you have these resources from audiovisual language, and here, no, here they really needed to negotiate what they understand for delicate, and how they have to use audiovisual language is not something pre-established. It's not a pre-existing path that we can show them. You have to explain it that way, but they really need to negotiate it and find their way to express it. And this also relates to the third situated media encounter. That it's about one film that that emerged in one group of secondary school, and this was really interesting because they did not did a film about gender, or yes, but about being the condition of being estranged in the public space. So it's interesting here is that they ended up the video saying to the camera, I am as different as you are. They were child, like 13-year-old. So they did this connection to intersectionality, and they could connect maybe their gender performance as also the condition of difference that they also embody in another ways. So what this can tell to us about thinking literacy from another place is that they are students and all the people that are participating in our projects, they are subjects of knowledge. They are already subjects of knowledge. They have their own knowledge, their own experiences, and we have to recognize them and give the space that they can express, not in this pre-established way, but giving an horizontal and non-hierarchical relationship with them. So, the last one. Lo ponemos al final. Pues ahora. Okay, so we can see we can watch the short summary.
És molt divertit, perquè és com perquè jo ja sabia algunes coses i he descobert coses que jo no sabia sobre les pel·lis i les sèries, perquè tu quan les veus no et dones compte que estan dient coses que no són veritat, sobre que estem iguals els nois i les noies.
Cámara. Cámara.
So, well, I hope you enjoy it. I think it's always media, it connects us directly to our emotions, and it's easier to understand what happened there, although it's 1 minute video, but yeah. So let's go to the conclusion or the opening of this presentation, and then we can talk a bit if you want. And what shows all of this is that from this post-ontology framework, literacy is not understood as this teaching to others, an hegemonic, pre-established way of doing, but is a relational, situated, and dynamic encounter where different agencies, human and more than human, are affecting each other and changing our capacity to act. So, this makes possible to generate these spaces and of possibility and to generate new worlds and as said before, to change a bit the world. So although this project was conducted in secondary and primary school, I think we can link with senior and all the stages of life literacy, because at the end is a change of how we think and how we act with the others, and if we understand all the people that are participating in our projects as these subjects of knowledge, maybe they don't know about media from our view, but they have also their knowledge and experiences, and they can bring something that maybe we cannot from our expertise, And the thing is to create these spaces to learn each other and to keep working for social justice in this case. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Silvia. Is there any question? Okay.
Thank you very much, Silvia. So I would like to ask, regarding the films you had and the incidents that you spotted related to that, do you have any statistics regarding the status of the parents, for example, educational level, etc.? And another...
The what? With just statistics?
Statistics related to the status of the parents of the children who took part and those who got bullied or something like this. And if yes, how the parents reacted to this action, making the films, I mean.
Interesting, thank you. I don't have statistics because I was using a post-qualitative inquiry, so I'm not a quantitative researcher, so I don't use statistics at all, but I think it's interesting to see from a qualitative point of view what happens. And actually we were working in 12 groups and we have so much different experiences. And in the secondary groups especially, it was so difficult to really create an impact, to generate something. Especially for those people that were really narrow-minded in terms of gender. And actually there was moments when they were creating that they were relating to each other, saying machist things, and it was, we were working about that. You cannot say, you're un flojo, no, it's not the moment. But at the end, what was interesting is that I keep working with this school because an ethics of research, that it's not going there, taking the data and going. So I'm still working with them, and maybe the secondary school students are not there anymore, but the other ones, I have seen how they are growing up, and I keep it doing these labs, not for gender, not for PhD purpose, but just for contributing to the school. And they did really have some small changes, maybe small ones. And I think those of us that are dedicated to education, I think there are things that we cannot see it immediately, but that we can see in the time, and maybe you cannot know what happened to that person, but maybe in 10 years, these labs come to their mind and change something in their life. So I think being a teacher or being part of the educational system, it's also an action of faith. And also thinking that micro actions can also change the world. No? Angela Davis say, you have to act as if you can change the world. It's not possible to change all the world, but I think our micro actions can do something. So I don't have statistics, but I think that something happened there. Thank you.
Okay. Hi there. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm Dr. Octaedro. I actually have two questions, quick ones, though. You mentioned those who have a narrow mind on the terms of gender. Right? I'm among them. I have a narrow concept on the gender. So, would you please able to explain us why girls do not have to be delicate and boys a superhero? I mean, is this the bad thing to be delicate and a superhero? Why did you mention that?
So yeah, it's situated in media encounter, but I couldn't situate so much because we had 20 minutes. So, but it's a super interesting question as well. Thank you very much. So the thing is that this sentence, this goal to say to the world through the film, each group decided by doing first a dynamic in all the groups. So we started the labs watching some media, different media, mainstream media, and we were analyzing and what were we feeling around this media and how they make us feel in relation to gender. And for some media, some girls said, they say that we should be delicate. And I'm not delicate and I'm a girl. So I want to say that it's not necessary to be delicate to be a girl. So it's not that you cannot be delicate, it's that a girl, in that case, yeah, it was 8 years
So it's not a bad thing to be delicate after.
No.
Okay.
The thing is that maybe it's important to understand, and this is a reflection beyond the gender filmmaking labs. The thing is that we need to know from where maybe we are delicate from it. I don't know how to say in English now. So it's important to understand that maybe some of your characteristics that are gendered, because are related to our gender, are related to forces that are pushing you to be like that. So if you can understand that media is one of these forces, because you are seeing Instagram and all the influencers being super cute or whatever, maybe you want to be like that, and this is not something that you decide freely. You are influenced by these forces, and one of these is media. But it's not bad to be delicate.
Thank you for this clarification. It was so important for me to hear that. And the second one, the second question, what is a more than human body? You mentioned the more than human body here. Can you please explain a bit?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. It's a really interesting question as well, because we come from, I have worked with Paula as well, and with other people from here, and yeah, we come from some frameworks that are from the post, this umbrella term, that maybe are not so common, so it's important that we ask these things. So this post-humanist umbrella term has this intention of understand that humans are not the only living entity in this world. So when we are studying something, it's important that we also take into account entities that are not bodies, matters that are not just human bodies, because at the end, social sciences or humanities in a lot of cases, they are just focusing on humans, but at the end, humans are always relating to the world. Actually, this also comes from this problematic that we are in this Anthropocene. That means that the human has conquered all parts of the world, and actually there's no place in the world that is not infected or affected by humans. So a lot of people are trying to remember that we are part of an entanglement, or in which matter also matters, in which we have these buildings, we have other animals, we have media that it's not human, we have a lot of objects that are affecting our life and how we relate. So posthumanist tries also to understand that this is also important, that we are not isolated, we are part of a network, that it's not only human. So,
thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Anyone has a question, or it's...
Okay, so thank you very much again, Silvia. It was very interesting, and I think we are thinking now out a lot of things you were talking about. So thanks again for coming and for your talk, and thank you all for being here again. And now we have the lunch break, so let's meet again here at 2:30. We have an hour and a half, okay? Thank you.
Hello, hello, Katerina. Jordi, t'arriba el seu àudio? Can you talk, Katerina?
Yes, one, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think you can
yes,
hear
okay.
me.
I
Yes.
receive
Okay.
you.
Okay. Good.
Um,
So I just shared my screen before it was working, so I'll do it again. Okay?
okay. Què ha dit? No sé què ha dit, Jordi, què ha dit? Ah, vale, vale. Al... Vale. One moment. I check this. One second, please. I check this. Check the meet. I
Qué presión. Aparecerán en la... Jo hauré de fer alguna cosa perquè surti... Ah, vale. Ok. 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 Bueno. Vale, empiezo, Okay. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a wonderful lunch. And right now I have the pleasure to present you Margarida Maneta. Hi, Margarida. I think you have the microphone.
No.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Yeah, hi, everyone.
Okay. So, Margarida is a researcher in Lusofona University. She is a PhD candidate in communication and activism, and she research has been working in the areas of journalism, media literacy, and digital citizenship with young people and senior citizens using participatory and integrational methodologies. Today, she will present us media education for older people too. So wherever you want, it's all yours.
Thank you. I will share my screen. Please let me know if you can see it.
Okay, perfect.
It's okay? Perfect.
Yeah, we can show it.
Thank you for having me. I'm Margarida from Lusofona University, and today I will present a research about media literacy workshops and older people. As you know, Portugal is the oldest country in Europe and the fourth oldest country in the world. And this happens because people live longer but have few babies. Young people also have children later in life. And at the same time, we are seeing digital technology penetrate our lives with increasingly access among older age groups also. And these two phenomena, digital transformation and also demographic transformation too, are simultaneously influence the way we are aging as a society. Even so, in the studies of media literacy, there is a great number of investigations into young people and children, but are a limited research into older people. Even this age group represents the largest segment of the population. And when this research occurs, sometimes they fail to capture the heterogeneity of this age group and up being limited to comparisons with other age groups. For this reason, and this presentation wants to go behind the dichotomy of the access or no access or the digital divides and adopt the concept of digital spectrum that we believe it's better to capture the complexity of the digital practices of older people. We used a concept of digital spectrum was the basis for our research. We want to avoid the stereotypes about age. Many studies treat age as the only explanation for older people difficulties with media. So we have made a participatory action research following what UNESCO calls the situated literacies. We work specifically with a senior university. I don't know if everyone here is aware, but a senior university in Portugal is usually an association or a non-formal education institution, like a lifelong learning institution, which seek to bring together people over the age of 55 or 16 years old, who find different courses to stimulate themselves cognitively and physically. So basically, we have made a partnership with a senior university because it's most effective and also most quick to access this age group. I will present our idea, but first of all, we have made a diagnosis phase, and we talk about the coordinator of the senior university, and we also have conduct a short survey to make a diagnosis about who this person, what these persons know about digital competencies. And at the end of these workshops, we conduct the same survey to compare the responses and also to understand the impact of these workshops. I just want to highlight here, because it's very interesting, in the end of these workshops, people are asked to the senior university management to open a course on media literacy. So I think when we talk about impact, this is a good example. Each workshop had a specific theme. They were based on the Digital Competence Framework, DICCOMP. So there we have workshops about digital competencies or digital citizenship, good online practices, security and privacy, and also misinformation. We used mainly practical workshops, and apologize because these examples are in Portuguese, but just to give you an idea, here are two examples of how we work on these topics with older people in a practical way. The first of all, the first image, it's a word cloud. So we had asking to these persons, when you think about digital competencies, which word come to your mind? And the people are writing, but we are using smartphones and QR codes. So we are not only the comprehension skills, but also the access and the production with digital devices. And the second example is a letter that we challenge participants to write to someone they want about good practices online. And it's very interesting because some people decide to write to a friend, but we also have persons that want to advise a child or a grandchild. Here, very quickly, because I know I only have 10 minutes to present, this table compares how people say they could or couldn't do these tasks here. We marked with a D the responses for diagnosis, in the phase of diagnosis, and with an A for assessment or evaluation. And we can see the change. People felt more confident after these workshops. Also, I want to highlight These are pseudonymous for these persons, fake names, because obviously we are aware for the ethical issues when we work with this group. People consider these workshops important, as we could understand for what they said or wrote, but I want to bring up to this discussion how important these workshops were to allowing us to gain an holistic view of these people or older people digital practices, not only because we understand how they talk or how they wrote about their digital skills, but also we can observe how they act and how they feel and how they think about these digital digital practices or competencies. And this is very important because sometimes have things they cannot express, and for these reasons it's important to observe and to avoid ageistic logical or try to improve their lack of confidence. Older people have diverse and often contradictory relationship with digital technology. Some people often think they are better with technology that they really are. For example, a woman thought she was very digital, and she tell me she used the internet a lot, but at the same time she lost a lot of money in online scams. And so she had the access, but she didn't know how to stay safe, basically. And in the other side, and this is why we need to think about digital competencies of older people like a spectrum. We had persons who say they are not digital, but they use their smartphones a lot, and in the automatic logical. So to finish, because I know I only have 10 minutes, but I want to suggest some ideas for the future, and we all work with older people, so I think can be important. For example, the importance of work with these persons about artificial intelligence and also algorithms, because older people use social media a lot. And to finish, the importance or the need that we have to long-term projects, and also to think about the sustainability of projects after the end of the project. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Margarita. And if now you have any questions, there is any hand? Okay, so I have some questions. First of all, the project that you presented that is so interesting is you base it in this senior university, isn't it? So do you think that the participants could, I mean, if this is applied later on in another type of group of senior persons, you will replicate the same data or the same results? Or do you think that the point that there was from a senior university has something to go with the results?
I think will be different, because we are older people are so heterogeneous, you know, and have a lot of influence, the age they have, but also if the education level, for example, or if we're talking about in a project in a city or in a rural area. And besides that, I think, for example, the help of the grandchildren to adopt digital practices are also an important thing. So even in the same group, we can find persons with the different levels of media literacy. So, and René Hobbes always said there is no one size media literacy projects, and I agree, because this exploratory study are in the north of Portugal, but in the south of Portugal, probably other results came out.
Okay, thank you. And another thing, I know that you did like the brief presentation because of the time. There is okay, sorry. Yeah, much better, isn't it? So I wanted to know a little bit more about the methodology that you use. No, you did these 4 workshops, but if you can explain briefly a little bit more about, because as your research was in participatory design, so maybe how was these methodologies applied in the workshop?
Okay, just to give an example of how these are participatory, for example, we decide the themes in accordance to the decomp, but we have a presentation session, and we talk with these persons about these themes. And for example, we understand they have no idea, or some of them, there is no idea about was digital competencies. So our first session is about that, but was not planned, actually. So, and this is why it's important, for example, to try to according these teams for the workshops with these persons, because the most important thing is there is a workshop good for them and value and will improve their skills. So yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. If no one, there is a question.
Hi, Margarida. Thank you for your presentation. Just one out of curiosity question, because we have some experience with elder people, and I wanted to ask you if you found any differences between elder men and elder women in relation to media literacy skills and also their openness to learn about it. Did you find differences, or is it just everybody needs it and that's it?
Okay, thank you. I think I can recognize this voice. Is Isabel, right? No, actually I didn't find differences at this level, but because I have a group mostly female, okay? I think I only have 2 men in this group, so I think that's it can also... Yes, I need more men to understand this, and that's why it's an exploratory study.
Okay, thank you so much, Margarida, for your presentation, for coming here like in an online way. And
thank you.
And well, yeah, and we are gonna say goodbye to Margarida. I wanna. Okay, and now I will present our second conference that is Katarina Chrysantzopoulos. I was there close. Okay, She's not here yet, but okay. She is here. Okay, perfect. Hello, Caterina. Here we have Caterina Grisantsopoulos. She is from Ionian University. He has a PhD in Media Information Literacy in Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and her research focuses on media, digital and news literacy, and cognitive aspects of media use. She also explores the roles of digital media in education and governance. Hello, Caterina, how are you?
Hola a todos. I would like very much to be with you, of course, but I couldn't leave Greece, unfortunately, these days. So we have this opportunity. Very, very briefly, I'm going to share with you a project that we finalized in 2025, which is similar in some concepts that with the project that you have. So maybe this is going to be interesting for you. I hope that you can see these. Let me start from the beginning. So this project had to do with the third age, as we call it, how can we age and be digital at the same time, and how we can educate 65 plus persons with media literacy and critical engagement skills. This was the Booby project. The Booby project meant beyond lack of understanding and beyond disinformation. It had a focus on disinformation, of course, because we wanted to see some digital literacy, but the main thing was that we approached the literacies as functional. We wanted to see the competence that older adults had.
Sorry,
by
Caterina,
addressing.
Just, I can ask you to put the presentation mode so we can see the screen a bit bigger. You can see?
Yes, if I do this, because I did it in a previous presentation, we are going to lose the flow. I cannot.
Okay, so then.
But yes, I have made the thumbnails very, very short, so I think it's the best we can do.
We go with that.
And
Sorry.
I also am doing this. So.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. So we wanted to see which is the digital vulnerability of the adult 65 people, and to see which would be the best way to approach the difficulties. So we wanted to have, we started with a needs analysis. We wanted that the people that worked with us would co-create the solutions. So we recorded the needs, and we had already some educational pedagogies in mind, and we tailored the modules that we offered based on the needs they had, and based on the solution that was created, we offered a 3D virtual learning environment. We used Eduverse in order to visualize some of the capacities, the competencies that we wanted them to develop. Let me go to the next one. This is the partnership. This is not interesting at this moment, but what is interesting is to say that we focused on the functional digital skills. We wanted to provide a taxonomy of the skills so that they are not all together, but understand what regards the understanding of texts, what regards understanding of numbers and having to do with numeracy tasks, and also problem solving. And of course, we wanted to see everything under the umbrella of distorted information. In other words, misinformation, disinformation, etc. So we approached the functional literacies concept because before going to digital literacies or disinformation recognition skills, etc., we need to know what are the specific weaknesses of a person. Do they not know how to carry out financial tasks, for example, in e-banking web pages? Do they not understand the content of an advertisement or a sponsored content? This kind of things. Or maybe they are too much overwhelmed by content from and so many stimuli from the screen when they want to do a task, and maybe this information overload does not help them solve a problem. So we wanted to be very practical. We wanted to develop strategies for each one type of functional literacies, and we wanted to create some prototypes so that we could then model these prototypes into the Eduverse. So they could enter as avatars and then understand what to do within these virtual rooms. Even a more basic work that we did before entering the functional literacy realm was to build confidence and digital self-efficacy, because we know very well that all those that we have worked with older adults, that confidence is a very important starting point for them, because they believe that they cannot do it. So if we have to, overturn this emotional barrier so that they can adopt new skills. Also, pressure and information overload is very important for them to learn that it is not a problem if they cannot do everything at the same time, but they can take their time and debunk everything step by step. And a third one would be that they understand that they have specific rights when they are users of digital applications or digital media. And also they have privacy rights and they have usage rights. So as long as they understand all these three basic rights and skills that they can have, then they can start using their skills and enter the functional literacies realm. So the outcomes of the program was that people acquired new knowledge, they acquired new skills, both emotionally, also in the collaboration in teams, also in the co-creation of the needs analysis and the preparation of the educational models. They learned something very, very new for them, because they entered a 3D environment in the Eduverse, and they tried to have their own avatars and move around in rooms, and this was a gamified experience for them, and it motivated them very much so as to utilize the knowledge that they had and enter an e-banking website or read a newspaper, understand that something was a deep fake or not. They were more motivated in the virtual space. So we just wanted to, the messages that we wanted to convey was that people can control their online activity. They can understand which are the functional literacies where they are weak and work on them steadily and slowly at their own pace. Control their feelings and discipline their digital behavior. We are in control of what we do online, and we can choose what we want to do. So this is it. In this, in the IDEC Training Center e-learning, you can find more information about the project if you would like. And I'm here to answer any question if you have any. I'm stopping the sharing now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for the presentation. And it's really
Thank
true.
you for having me.
It's true that your project goes really on the line of our project that we were presenting here too. And I don't know if the audience has any question. Okay, so I will go with mine. Your project works a lot with this virtual environment. What do you think that is a plus to be working in this virtual environment instead of in the real world? I mean, what helps, and also from the other side, what was the
difficulty?
Yeah, the difficulties, exactly. Thanks.
So the usage of the virtual environment was not so extended, of course, but because not so many people wanted to enter the environment, not all of them, and they were not so confident in there. But everybody wanted to try, and they were very much motivated to come back to all the various things that we have said in theory or in the exercises in groups or the discussions in groups, because they could see something tangible as much as a virtual environment can be tangible, and also it was a game for them. So they were very much modified, and they could understand that they can do something like their grandchildren do. I mean, the grandchildren are playing video games, so they can play a video game. So they were very enthusiastic. So this emotional upgrade gives us the opportunity to, intervene pedagogically in a more efficient manner.
Okay. And the other thing is because I was looking for your project and I saw there is a different PDF, no, where there is the explanation of what is they try to get in each part or in each exercise, and there is also another PDF with the guide, no, to use this virtual space, but. Is it available, the virtual space right now, so we can...
Yes, I think it's still available. It was until the end of the project, of course, but I think it's still available. I mean, if you can try to enter at some point, yes, you can see. I think it's live still.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much.
Or if you would like, if it's not live, then you can send an email and maybe we can give you access for some time and then you can just play. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
There is no other questions. So thank you so much for the effort you have done to be here today.
Thank you. It would be very much nicer to be with you there, but anyway, next time, maybe.
I think the effort was enough anyway.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Bye. So now I'm just gonna leave place to Apostle.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you so much for staying here till now. Thanks also our friends who are connected online via Zoom. I would like to welcome in my roundtable. So I will call to the floor Miss Alba Tobela, also Anya Balfuez Abelia. I think the wrong pronunciation, and also George Rabotas. Thank you so much for being here. So, on my left hand, I have Alba, which Alba represents Verificat, okay? It's a fact-checking organization with extensive experience in combating misinformation and promoting media and information literacy across different age groups, right, Alba?
Hello, yes.
Perfect, it's open.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So I would like to tell me a few words about your organization and what you do over here.
Verificat is a fact-checking organization, as you mentioned. We started 7 years ago doing the debunking of the Barcelona mayor election, And after that, we kept doing fact-checking along the years. We mostly focus on politics, hate speech, climate, and health, as well as misinformation and disinformation that spreads online. And very soon in our activity, we realized that media literacy was something that was also very impactful, and it was a big need in our society. Media organizations, schools, and other kind of institutions started to ask us to teach how we consume the internet, how we face all this information chaos, and we started to develop media literacy programs for different age groups. We started with focusing on citizens as a whole, and after this we created Desfake, which is a program for schools and teachers. We created SUM, which stands for Seniors United Against Misinformation, which is a network of senior volunteers who teach media literacy and tips peer-to-peer.
Excellent. And next to Alba, it's Anna. So Anna, I represent Foundation Pere Terez.
Pere Terez.
Pere Terez. Excuse me for my pronunciation.
Don't worry.
So it's an organization with long-standing hands-on experience in community-based education and digital inclusion initiatives, particularly among senior citizens. So you are focused on our subject, our today's subject.
Well, we have experience not only in seniors, we have experience also in kids and families and vulnerable situations. But today we can talk about the seniors and older adults project. Yes.
Excellent. And when was this organization somehow, where is based on how you started? Can you say a few words?
The foundation?
Just a few words.
Okay. We have more than 60 years. We are here in Barcelona, but also we have different offices in Mallorca, Catalonia Center, and also in Tarragona. And we work above all with kids and young people in outside programs, outside school programs. For example, in summer camps, casals, or other kind of programs. But also we work with social and educational programs with families that they are in a vulnerable situation, and also with senior people.
Excellent. So right next to Anna is George. George is a university student, and he comes from Thessaloniki. So George, just tell us a little thing about university and you.
First of all, I would like to thank you for this chance to be here. I'll start by the university, talking about the university. Aristotle University was founded in 1925. It is consisted of more than 40 departments and 11 schools. I am in the School of Journalism and Mass Communications. We have amazing teachers there. Some of you might know them. They're very good. And about myself, I'm an undergraduate student in the School of Journalism. I also work as a journalist in a European magazine called Gen Z, and I like the photojournalism aspect of our school. That's all.
Perfect. We are also happy to have with us Cristina Fernandez. Excellent. So, Cristina Fernandez focuses her research on digital media youth behavior, well-being, and the role of critical pedagogy in contemporary education. Welcome, Christina, and could you please say a few words about you?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm a researcher and professor in the Universitat of Vic, Central University of Catalonia. And mainly I focus my research on things related with social media, how we use it, especially in young people, but in general. We research about economy of attention and the behavior related with the use of social media or maybe the abuse, and we apply quite a critical point of view to it. So following like the research made about critical internet studies and all this. My background is on journalism and political science, but my PhD is on sociology, so I try to apply quite a transdisciplinary approach to the studies of social media, internet use, and all these things.
Thank you so much, Christina. So, after to get to know each other better, we will go to the first round of questions, and I will start with you, Alba. So, I would like to ask you, what is the most significant challenge you face when addressing misinformation among senior audiences? And also, how do you adapt fact-checking tools to make them accessible to elders?
Well, I think that the biggest challenge among senior audiences is that at the beginning, they were not used to this information and all this thing about the internet. We used to say that we grew up with the internet and we had all our teenage age to experiment with the internet while they were working. So now they retired and they find themselves in this internet full of information, entertainment, everything is mixed there. They can talk about anything. And at the beginning of our media literacy programs for focused on seniors, we realized that they were very used to connect the information with good information. They are used to consume news, TV, radio, newspapers, and they didn't realize that in the internet there was such a challenge finding out what's true or fake. Now, I would say it's the opposite. Now they are so scared about the internet because everything is susceptible to be fake. So we've gone from one extreme to the other, and now we find that when we try and go there and teach some critical thinking skills or media literacy or a little bit explain how they can find good information online, they say, no, I don't want to be there, and everything can be scam or everything can be fake. And now with the AI, we have this problem a lot. It's also a matter of physical approach, where they cannot see as precisely the details on their mobile screen, so everything gets much more confusing. And so we try to give them more an approach of confidence than an approach of being scared of everything. And that's why we created this network of seniors that are learning together, and we co-create all the programs with them, and we understand their needs, so we can facilitate an approach that's more optimistic or positive than scary.
So it's also about psychological support, I suppose, and how you're going to approach them in a better way.
Well, it's not that psychological, but they've been receiving so much messages about the possibility of them being scammed and stolen and everything. These women that sent money to this fake Brad Pitt and whatever, that now they think like, no, every email I get is fake. So I I think in any...
You need to empower their confidence somehow. And
yes, media literacy is
media literacy.
Quite psychological because it's more about emotions and how you approach information. But in this case, it's more it's about giving them confidence and use the internet in all its possibilities.
Perfect, thank you so much. So, Anna, what strategies have proven most effective in promoting digital inclusion among seniors? And what social or emotional barriers do older adults commonly face?
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you to all of you because today is Friday afternoon and you are here, so thank you very much. And also thank you to the organization for inviting me to share my experience with all of you. It's a pleasure to contribute to this conversation and reflect together on digital inclusion for older adults. After more than 15 years working with older adults, teaching them digital competences, we've learned one very important thing. Digital inclusion cannot follow a single model or a strategy. Older adults are a very diverse group. They have very different life experiences, motivations, and very different levels of digital confidence. In our work, we collaborate with many contexts, such as care homes, senior centers, universities for older adults, community spaces, prisons. Because of this diversity, we need flexible and adaptable formats. That's why in Catalonia we combine different approaches. We work with structured courses in small groups, such as the Catalan government program, Més Digitals, short modular training capsules that allow participants to build their own learning pathway, such as Cibernarium at Barcelona Activa of the Barcelona local government, and also personalized one-to-one support through community-based digital inclusion programs, like one of the activities of Omnia program run by Catalan government. However, beyond the format, there is one key factor that really makes a difference, the role of the facilitator. Although our work is aligned with frameworks such as European DITSCOM, real learning happens when facilitators move beyond simply transmitting knowledge and become companions in the learning process. When this happens, digital training is no longer just technical, it becomes a pedagogical and relational process. From our experience, the strategies that work best are quite clear: creating emotional, safe learning spaces, adapting content to what people really need, working with participants on devices, and connecting technology to everyday life, like communicating with families, accessing public services, or taking part in community life. In the end, our goal is not only to teach how to use tools or applications. Our goal is to foster autonomy, learning capacity, and critical digital citizens. Finally, it's essential to challenge age-based stereotypes. Older adults are not a homogeneous group. Many have strong digital skills and valuable experiences. This diversity can be challenging from a pedagogical point of view, but it also helps us break stereotypes about age and build a more inclusive digital education. And you did me another question, because it's about the barriers. Or not? Yes? Because you
the second one.
The second one or not?
What social or emotional barriers?
Barriers, okay.
Do older adults commonly face?
So when we talk about barriers, one important thing needs to be said first, that it's the barriers we see are multiple and interconnected. We usually identify, as you said, barriers related with access, connectivity, digital skills, and design, but very often emotional, social, and motivational barriers are just as important. But it's also very important to clarify that these barriers are not caused by age itself. Many of them are structural, and they affect people of all generations. Let me talk about some examples. From a technological point of view, one of the main barriers is poor or exclusionary design. Many digital platforms are not intuitive. They require too many steps to do very simple things. And they change constantly, often without clear explanations. A clear example can be found in public digital services, such as health platforms. With additional security measures, these systems have become more complex for everyone, even for people with relatively high digital skills. In our training sessions, we help participants learn how to navigate these systems, but we also make one thing very clear. Digital exclusion is often the result of bad design, not personal incapacity. Other common technological barriers include complex passwords that are hard to remember, frequent software updates, and technical language that assumes previous knowledge. At the same time, social and emotional barriers play a very important role. We often see fear of making mistakes, shame about asking questions, information overload, and negative past experiences. We also see when people start to believe negative ideas about age and say things like, this is not for me, I'm all for this. But in some cases, we also observe overprotection from family members. They want to reduce, of course, risks, but sometimes unintentionally limit older adults' autonomy and their ability to make their own decisions. So our response to this barrier is holistic. First, we focus on creating truly safe learning spaces where not knowing and making mistakes are seen as normal part of learning. Second, we build a real motivations, personal goals, and everyday needs are often the strongest drivers for learning. Third, we integrate critical media literacy across all activities. We talk about privacy, data use, manipulation, and disinformation not as separately topics, but as part of everyday digital practice. Finally, we prioritize autonomy over dependency. We want participants to feel confident not only to use technology, but also to question it and make informed decisions, including the decision not to use certain tools. In this case, digital inclusion is not just about access or technical skills, it's about meaningful participation, agency, and voice in today's digital society.
Thank you so much, Anna. So, Christina, what similarities or contrasts do you see between young and older users in their media habits?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me here, and thank you all for being here also. Although it's true my research focused mainly on young people and young well-being when using digital tools, it's true that a lot of patterns can be seen also in older users, in older adults, when it comes to talk, for example, about algorithmic environments. We see that all this environment that we share online influence what we see, and also I think that there is a part of which is very similar to young people is the emotional vulnerability that you mentioned a little bit. because, well, this anxiety or fear or dependence, it's similar in both age groups. Also, I think there is something which is not that much related to technical skills, but to the critical digital literacy that you were mentioned just before. Because understanding how these platforms operate, how these algorithms actually work, how they in some way shape the perceptions that we have or even our behavior. It's something similar in both groups. But I think that there are also key differences related to the motivations of the use and also the amount of hours that both groups spend. Young people spend or waste a lot of time using social media mainly, and this is very different from older people. Usually, the young people have motivations related with identity formation, social validation, these kind of things, belonging, a sense of belonging. While older adults, I think, they are more likely to approach digital tools to, more instrumentally, to do something for communication, for information, and then we have these problems of misinformation, etc., or to access services, and then we have these barriers that you were mentioning before. I think also, yeah, the one key difference is the emphasis and the challenges related with constant connectivity, social comparison that young people usually do, also mental health problems in young people we are seeing a lot. And I think among seniors, these vulnerabilities are not that important. I think it's more related with scams, misinformation, or even over-reliance on digital platforms for essential tasks. So I think also it was important to mention, you mentioned before the concept of trust. Young people, I think they are sometimes skeptical about institutions and about sources in general. And maybe they are more influenced by peers or these online communities, whereas I think older adults are more, often more inclined to trust to content that appears familiar or from institutions that maybe are official or these kind of things. I would say this.
So, and after that, that you said, I'd like to ask you, how can critical pedagogy empower adult senior learners?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, thank you. Well, I think it can be highly effective if it's adapted to their life expectations. So if it's really, how can we say, if it avoids paternalistic approach to the senior youth, let's say. So I think we should think about the experience. So adults learners bring extensive personal background with professionals, civic histories, or critical digital education maybe, because as you were saying, they are not homogeneous, so they have different needs, and I think it should be taken into account. So this experience and how technology can be connected to their everyday concerns, so to their needs, healthcare or finance or communication or democratic participation. So I think this is one of the most important point. And also, well, I think it's important not to frame these learners, let's say, as passive agents. I think they have the right to question and to participate in what they need. So apart from knowing the designs, etc., and who designs the technology or the purposes, I think they should take part in all the process and be aware of these social consequences, and so try to participate. And so I would say it's important to have like an horizontal approach, let's say, where educators, facilitators can, question in a way these technologies or these technical authorities, let's say. I would say that. And well, I think it's important like to share doubts, questions, strategies in a collective way, like we are doing like now, for example. And so, yeah, I think this can help at least a little bit to reduce this dependence on technology that we all have, and strengthen a little bit like, yeah, the autonomy of people. So, well, I think technological proficiency, it's good, but if it serves to their own needs and with trust to the tools and well, to see the alternatives that they have, etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. So, George, pay attention because you're a student of journalism, so...
I was listening to everything with caution.
Perfect. So, I would like to ask you, what differences do you observe between younger and older generation in their use of digital media? And have you ever participated in intergenerational learning initiatives?
I'll start with the first question, and I think it's very important to highlight that, at least in my opinion, the younger generation is very biased towards the older generation. I think we tend to think that we know everything in a much better way than others do, because we are more connected with the internet, with AI, with everything, and that gives us a bias that we are better than the older generation. The thing is that we are all gullible to propaganda, to fake news, and this happens because media literacy doesn't have an age limit. You can be literate in the media at any age. The thing is that the older generation is now starting to deal with the technology, especially after COVID, because that put us all in a situation where we had to be on our phones, have Zoom meetings, and all that stuff. On the other hand, the younger generation, even myself included, when I'm on TikTok and I see an AI video of two people fighting, I'm not sure if that's true or not. And I think that's okay at this point, because we are learning how to become better. We are learning how to distinguish between true and false. And I think, based on your second question, I think we have to be more understanding to each other. I think that every generation, what is new for them might be old for us, and for the next generations, what is...
That goes gradually.
Exactly. We must have understanding towards each other. Also, we have to help each other, because at some point we will need help too. I need help now sometimes, because I cannot distinguish between what's true and false. And I ask older people. And lastly, I would say that it has to be not a one-sided mission. Both sides need to have understanding towards each other, and this will help us understand how each generation thinks. It's a nice aspect. But what was the other question?
If you have ever participated in intergenerational learning initiatives. Maybe you could
look.
Maybe participate informal.
The only thing I can think of is helping my parents create Instagram accounts, helping them start sending messages to each other. But there are initiatives, especially in Central Europe. In Greece, we're going a bit slower than the rest of the world. But it will reach Greece in some time. But me personally, that's the only thing I can think of. I have helped my parents. For example, I taught my mom how to send GIFs in Messenger. It was the only thing I could teach her to do. Sometimes I understand how vulnerable they are to fake news. Because, for example, I hear them talk about the political scene in Greece, and I can sense the gap that there is between my generation and theirs. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you so much, George. So maybe you will have the opportunity to participate in another project of MELISE, okay, and have the opportunity to be part of it. Thank you so much. So, Alba, I would like to ask you, what are the key elements of sustainable intergenerational media literacy culture? Based on the last question.
Are you asking about sustainability, like business model, or?
Like that, what model and what methodology could you consider as the right one?
Wow, that's a big question. If I knew, I wouldn't probably be here. Well, I would be here with more arguments to share. I can talk about our own experience and be open to cooperation. But yeah, I don't really have a recipe for a sustainable model of media literacy. From our side, it all comes from fact-checking, from the understanding that we as an organization developed from of what is internet nowadays, how it works, how opinions are shared as facts, how algorithms work, how we reach information nowadays, how important trustworthy sources are. So coming from here, we started to create all these programs, and we found ourselves a little bit like our colleague here, teaching other people how to do things. But we, after some years of experience, we started to cross our model with researchers from university, especially one called Mireia Fernandez in UOC University, Universitat Oberta de Catalunya, and she studies how the relationship between seniors and technology, and she pointed that it was this phenomenon that I think you mentioned, that they feel estranged from or alienated a little bit from technology, and especially if someone who is very young and techy and quick are telling them how to do it. So we started to adapt our methodology to co-creation models, and we started to work with senior participants to design our courses and our trainings. And now we have a growing network of senior volunteers who do these workshops peer-to-peer. And as a step further to sustainability, where we are starting to build alliances or partnerships with other organizations which are already working with seniors, and So we teach trainers inside these organizations, and they are spreading the tools among the seniors they are working with, or maybe an organization from the public sector or non-profit organizations. But we are already partnering with those who are already working with this public, let's say, because they have the knowledge. As teachers already know their students, and they are the best people to teach them media literacy skills. These organizations or these people or retired people are the most indicated ones to spread the word a little bit.
Well, it was like very good recipe for me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Anna, I would go for you now. What one change should society make to better support aging and digital participation? What do you believe?
One.
You can go for more than one.
Honestly, if I had to choose one change, I would change how we measure impact. Right now, most initiatives supporting digital participation focus on outputs and results. How many people attend a course, how many learn to use an app, how many certificates were delivered. Sometimes we measure the knowledge, but we rarely measure or ask about, did this course change lives? Or did it reduce fear? Or did it increase autonomy? Or did it strengthen social connection? So if we really want to support agency and digital participation, we need to move from counting results to understand life impact. Because digital participation is not about using tools. It's about dignity, confidence, belonging, and agency. So, and until we evaluate those dimensions, we are only measuring activity, not transformation. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Anna. So, Christina, you have the new generation with you. That's
yes.
That's very positive one. No, that's very positive one. So maybe he can be the next trainer, the next generation.
Maybe yes.
So I would like to ask you, how can we move from awareness to everyday literacy practices?
Yeah, I would say
hi.
that well, I would say, sorry about that, it's live.
He definitely took the glue.
Well, I would say that we need to change a little bit the focus. I'm a really theoretical person, but I think we need to go to practice. So moving to like a general topic to a practice, and so trying to embed this critical thinking and all these practices in our everyday routines, or the routines of the older people, older people in this case. So I would, situate action in this daily life. It's okay talking about algorithms and platforms power and all this, but I think we should move to like talking about repeatable habits that maybe are useful in our life. So pausing before we share, checking where the information comes from, as you were saying, the fact check. It's okay. Está bien, quédate aquí. So trying to think about how platforms makes us feel after use. And so these micro practices I think can be adapted to all generations. Like, yeah, I would say so. And second, an important thing also, it's moving from individual responsibility to actually collective practices. So family, peer groups, we need to negotiate together all this, because I think when norms are shared, attention, trust grows, and we can like share these limits on use, or critical awareness also is more likely to be translated into actually a sustained action, as you were talking before. And so also I would say that institutional support also matters, because it's very difficult if individually to resist constantly persuasive technologies. I mean, technologies like social media, for example, are really designed to be addictive, are designed to actually make us spend our time connected to their content. So I think it's important to have institutional support also. And well, maybe it's also important to redefine what digital competence means. So try to move from this idea of efficiency, connectivity, and all that, to actually being able to make deliberate choices online. So I think it's important to do things like differently. It's not maybe doing more, it's doing differently. So I would say that also institutions should help on that also. Well, more or less is this.
Thank you so much, Christina.
Thank you.
George, you mentioned earlier that both the generation, independent, the oldest or the youngest, both they can learn each other. So I will state that, and I would like to ask you, what can young people learn from senior about responsible media use and civic engagement?
Can you repeat that? I
Yes.
have to process it a bit.
So, what can young people actually receive, what can learn from seniors about responsible use of media? Because you mentioned before that not all of you are, well informed and media literate. And use and civic engagement, how they can provide, can offer.
I think that the older generation gives us they give us a push into being better, because based on what the older generation has done, the younger can learn from them. One thing I wanted to add from the last things I said, other than being understanding, is having the patience. I think that we need to have more patience, because a lot of things are happening. We are living in a state of infoxification. We have such a big plethora of information, and we cannot distinguish between what we should keep and what we shouldn't. I was talking about it with a dear professor from Lisbon, that you hear about 100 stories in the span of 30 minutes, and you can't keep anything. So I think something that we should learn from the older generation is to take things slower, diving deep into subjects, and basically not having, how do you say epifaniakos in English?
See deeper.
Yeah, just see deeper. Yeah, not being on the surface of information. And about civic engagement, I think that sometimes the wrongdoings and the wrong decisions of the older generations give a push to the newer generations to become better than them. Because there have been a lot of mistakes in all of the world, And I think it's a chance for us, the younger generation, to become better and to do things better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George. I would like to thank all of you for your so wonderful and useful opinions and answers. And now I'd like to ask if we have any questions from the audience. Yes, please.
First of all, thank you everyone for sharing your experiences. And my question is specifically for Alba Verificat. So I read a lot about the SAM project, and I know you have also sessions in Bologna, so I was very interested. And my question is about the peer learning. Like, I think it's one of the most interesting aspects of your project. So basically, you recruit volunteers, seniors, you train them, and they became trainers of other seniors. So I was wondering, can you tell us more about the engagement process? Like, how do you convince a senior to become like a trainer of his peers? Big question, maybe.
I guess that's one of the easiest parts because once you get them in the session, the ones who want to do it, they are very vocational. They are maybe retired journalists or retired teachers or people who have been very active during their work life, and they are keen to doing it. Like my inspiration for this project was the parents of my friends, who they became Red Cross volunteers when they retired, and we were in this process of thinking how to translate the training of trainers strategy that we had in schools to the senior generation. And it was so clear that we can rely on some of these people. As she said, seniors are very different. You have people from 65 to 95 years old, and there's tons of different realities. But when you, in this community or in this target group, you have people who is very active, very lucid, or still very cognitively very active, and they are keen to keep doing things with their time. So one of the most complicated things was at the beginning bringing people to the trainings. When
that was my next question.
Yeah,
like
because
one step before, like how do you bring? Because
COVID time, we had a program with the public library service in Barcelona, and we sent our scientific fact checkers there with the hypothesis that the elders were target for health disinformation, and we focused a lot our courses on the health thing, and it didn't work because they didn't know that we were doing these workshops there, and the communication was difficult. But then doing a training of trainers strategy, now you have that the trainer has a community, and we don't face this as classical workshops. They go to the crochet club, or to the bicycle club, or they gather for dinner, or they do some informal meetings where the trainer is sharing some tips. But it's not exactly a workshop or a course. Yeah, so that helps also create, or they have tons of contacts. For example, we have these people from the journalists who have associations of retired journalists and whatever. They do things all the time. So they are, when you find these active people among the community, they are very active. And yeah, we're starting to work with an organization that has only senior volunteers to do anything. So
so you have to find the right communities.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Do you have any other question?
Hello, congratulations for all your work and knowledge. And I want to ask Alba, because in our MELISE project, part of the project is the SMOOC course. And so one of the missions is fake news, and we give tools as Verificat, Maldita, Neutral. And so when I went to make my workshops peer-to-peer with all these senior people, they don't feel comfortable about, they don't trust these tools. So because they feel that they can maybe not be pure, they can be fake too. So what I would like to ask you is, in your workshops with seniors, do they trust your work as this is a part of where we can see if this is true or not, or do you feel like they don't have that confidence in this kind of tools?
Well, this is a risk in any kind of media literacy program that we have, that there's always people who is not going to trust your work, but because conspiracy thinking is among us, and that's a risk to find a conspiracy theorist in the public. And it happened to me when I was doing a workshop in the psychology degree for seniors at the University of Barcelona. They have these programs for seniors, and I went there with one of our volunteers. Thank God he was a former worker of the European Organization of Drugs. How do you say? He was a biologist who was used to work in pharmacology, and he could reply all the details of why vaccines work or whatever. They had a huge, tons of knowledge about cholesterol and how now there is this over-medication of cholesterol, and there was a group of people in the class that they had a lot of information about this, and they started to question all the medical sources or whatever. So this is always a risk. We need to try to convince them that we are trustful sources because we show all where we gather the information and blah blah blah. But yeah, you will always have to find this kind of people in the classes, and it's not nice, but it's what it is, and it's what makes our work more useful.
Yeah, especially for me, there are a lot of realities. It's not the same going to big cities with seniors in big cities or in little towns. That, for example, my experiences with people that they had scams and they get lots of money rid of them. So they were telling me, okay, so how do I know that this is not from the government or this kind of tools? So it's just giving them self-confidence, not only for using these tools, but for use the networks and everything.
Yeah, something that happens with seniors is that maybe they are much more convinced of their views, and it's the dialogue is a little bit harder.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your participation. Thank you all from the Zoom, online, for the participants over here. And now is the time for our closing remarks. So I would pass the floor to a wonderful journalist from Portugal, to a dynamic one. Yeah. So let's welcome Miss Isabel Neri.
Yeah?
Yeah, okay. This will be really quick, I hope. Hi, everyone. I've taken a sentence from each of the participants, and then I will do a wrap-up of 6 to 7 things that we can maybe take home to think about with all this experience. So Montserrat from Italy used 2 phrases that I liked a lot. One was tech for social good. I think this is really something to keep in mind. We need to look at tech not only to its utility, practical utility, but also how can it be used for our better lives, not only practical lives, but better lives. And she also used a trilogy that I thought it was also really interesting for our works: coach, care, and connect. And actually they are all with C's, so it could be the 3 C's for the media literacy: coach, care, and connect. Then we had Anna from Greece. She told us also something really interesting, that news is everywhere, but trust is fragile. That's also something we've been learning, I think, as journalists, but also as media literacy experts, so to speak, because we see that one of the bases of media literacy problems, and also, well, our democratic and political problems nowadays, also have to do with this problem of trust. So, and this is sometimes paradoxical while we treat or work with media literacy, because on the one hand we are telling people, oh, you need to be careful about this and that, but you also need to trust. So sometimes it's like, so where do we go with this? And we sometimes start our sessions saying exactly this. So this is not for you to mistrust everything. It's just for you to have more tools. And I think this message sometimes is also important. The idea is not everything is a lie, you're all going after your money and after your trust. No, but you need to be more careful because the world is changing and you need to learn how to be more careful. And this is also one of the things that Anna told, that we also relate a lot, is that we all need media literacy. This is, I think, also a very important message. There's no, and this is also why Vitor and we discuss a lot this idea of literacies, because we all need some kind of literacy, maybe forever, but nowadays especially. For instance, of course, I use technology, but I don't consider myself an expert, so maybe I need more literacy in technology, even though I give sessions in media literacy. So we all need some kind of support in this area. Then Pedro talked about something that is also very dear to me, the issues of disinformation and related to health and to life, and this is something I think it's not very worked yet, because I think we are used to talk a lot about misinformation and disinformation related to politics, related to the public sphere in a more general way, and the health topic is very, very important, especially if we are dealing with elder people, not because they know less, but obviously this is something that worries them, and this is something that has to do with fear. So if we fear something, it will be easier to be misinformed. And also, if with elder people, of course, the fear of not being recognized by society, for instance, is a lot of times bigger. So it will be more difficult to accept or to say that there's a need, and so the fear grows instead of going down. Sylvia brought us also the very interesting laboratories of gender, obviously a topic, a never-ending topic, as we've also seen in the last years, the misogyny growing with the big techs in the social media. There's growing stories on this, so this is something to be very aware. Margarida from Portugal brought us the topic of the older participants. She works with elderly people quite for a long time, and she used something I also think is very important: the importance of long-term projects. I think we all feel this a little bit, that we try. At least us, the association, we try a lot of things, and that's, I think, really great. But maybe it's time we all together start thinking of things that maybe go further in time and that we can evaluate in different ways, because the shorter actions are great, but are difficult to evaluate in the sense of the transformation, also a word that was used, and I think it's very, very important. Katerina told us about the tailor of the models based on the needs. Again, something absolutely important, because I think it was also very clear from all the participations that there's no suit for everybody. Everybody needs literacy, but in different ways. And I think we all know from experience, we have some people, maybe in our family with 85 years old, that uses social media, and maybe someone with 70 that has difficulty to work with internet. It depends. It depends on the person, depends on also, of course, educational background, all of that. So I think this topic of media literacy is really very specific in this sense, that it's not only a case of gender, of age, of social and educational background, because then we also have the personal characteristics. There can be a person that has a lot of education and maybe is very cultured person, but then is not very keen on technologies. This person will have specific difficulties different from the other person, maybe with the same age. So just to say that this is really, I think it's very, very, can have general topics, but then very specific topics related to each of us and our specific needs. And then this beautiful round table to the end was really beautiful in all senses, because it was very interesting, but also beautiful to see the interaction here with the youngest in the room. I've noticed this sentence. I thought really interesting. From, I think, our younger participant in the tables, saying that we need to be more understanding between each other. This is really something, because, again, it goes to generation gap, it goes to gender, it goes to social gaps, but it also goes to social media. We've all also been testifying how it can get so aggressive sometimes for reasons that don't seem all that important for people to be all that mad with each other. So, wrapping up, now for really towards the end, I would call this wrapping up with the title "Between Despair and Hope," because that's what I've felt during this day. Because in some sessions it was like, oh my God, this is a problem, this is difficult, and the others was like, okay, there's hope. We have some solution here. So I think this was a bit the feeling. And to give some maybe topics to think about in the next meetings. I know MELISE is ending, but I'm absolutely certain we will meet again in other projects and conferences and ideas and all of that. So more long-term projects, I think this is a good advice. More ethical approach, also something that maybe needs more attention. The fact that to understand each other also means to be more directed to our public, so understand the needs of our public and then decide or adapt our actions. And this means so models based on the needs of the public. Then there's the challenge of diversity. I think this is a real one. Age, gender, education, social backgrounds, even environmental or geographic diversity is a challenge. The digital training needs to be technical, that's pretty clear, but also worry about the social impact and the social capacities. This is also something that I think was very, very well worked on this day. And maybe last, because it is also something that is always or should be in the projects, to measure not only in the sense of measure how many sessions, but measure the transformation. This is a word that was also very used today, and I think it's very suited to our goals in media literacy. So, thank you, gracias, obrigada, see you soon, até breve.
Okay, thank you very much, Isabel, for your words, collecting all the learnings and contributions that we shared today. I think we are done, so thank you once again, you all, for being here today. Those who are here in person and those who are joining the conference online. So now let's go to enjoy our Friday and our weekend, and really thank you all. And now, people from the MELISE project, if you can come here to take a picture. Thank you.